Brief conclusions. 1. The capitalist system of agriculture is characterized by the fact that, first, the overwhelming majority of the land is concentrated in the hands of large landowners, who lease the land. Secondly, the tenant capitalists conduct their economy on the basis of the exploitation of wage workers. Thirdly, there is private ownership of the means of production, including land, by a large class of small and middle peasants. The agriculture of the bourgeois countries, in spite of the growth of capitalism, it is still largely fragmented between the small and medium peasant proprietors, who are exploited by the capitalists and landlords. 2. Capitalist ground rent is that part of the surplus value created by wage laborers in agriculture which is a surplus over its average profit and which is paid by the tenant capitalist to the landlord for the right to use the land. The existence of capitalist ground rent is connected with the existence of a twofold kind of monopoly. The monopoly of capitalist farming on the land arises from the limitation of the land, from its employment by individual farms, and leads to the fact that the price of production of agricultural commodities is determined by the worse conditions of production. The surplus profit obtained on better land or on a more productive expenditure of capital constitutes differential rent. The monopoly of private ownership of land, with the low organic composition of capital in agriculture as compared with the composition of capital in industry, gives rise to absolute rent. With the development of capitalism, the amount of rent of all kinds increases, and the price of land, which is capitalized rent, rises. 3. In agriculture, as in industry, large-scale production displaces small-scale production. However, large-scale machine production, even in the most developed capitalist countries, spreads incomparably more slowly in agriculture than in industry. At the cost of excessive, exhausting labor and a sharp decline in the standard of living of the small peasant and his family, a mass of small peasant farms are preserved in the capitalist countries, which are characterized by extreme instability. 4. Capitalism inevitably engenders an increasing lag between agriculture and industry and deepens and sharpens the antagonism between town and country. The monopoly of private ownership of land diverts huge funds from agriculture in the form of ground rent and unproductive costs for the purchase of land, which are spent on the parasitic consumption of the landowning class, and retards the development of the productive forces of agriculture. 5. The main mass of the peasantry under capitalism is doomed to ruin and impoverishment. The fundamental interests of the proletariat and the exploited masses of the peasantry coincide. Only in alliance with the proletariat and under its leadership by means of a revolution which destroys the capitalist system can the toiling peasantry free themselves from exploitation and poverty. Chapter 14. National Income, Total Social Product and National Income. The total mass of material goods produced in society in a given period, for example, in a year, constitutes the total social product, or gross product. In the process of reproduction, a part of the total social product equal to the value of the constant capital consumed is used to replace the expended means of production. Cotton processed at the factory is replaced by appropriate batches of cotton from the current year's harvest. In place of the burned fuel, new masses of coal and oil are delivered. Dilapidated cars are replaced by others. The remainder of the total social product embodies the new value created by the working class in the process of production. That part of the total social product in which the newly created value is embodied is the national or national income. The national income in capitalist society is therefore equal to the value of the total social product minus the value of the means of production expended during the year, or, in other words, it is equal to the sum of the variable capital and surplus value. In its natural form, the national income is the total mass of personal consumption produced and that part of the means of production produced which goes to the expansion of production. Thus the national income is, on the one hand, the sum of the newly created value in a year, and on the other hand, the mass of various kinds of material goods, the part of the total social product in which the newly created value is embodied. If, for example, a country produces goods worth $90 billion or marks during the year, of which $60 billion will be used to compensate for the means of production spent during the year, then the national income generated during the year will be equal to $30 billion. Under capitalism there is a mass of small commodity producers, peasants and artisans, whose labor also creates a certain part of the total social product. Therefore, the national income of the country includes the value newly created during a given period by the peasants and artisans. The total social product, and consequently the national income, is created by the workers employed in the branches of material production. This includes all sectors in which material wealth is created: industry, agriculture, construction, transport, etc. In the non-productive branches, which include the state apparatus, credit, trade, with the exception of those operations which are a continuation of the process of production in the sphere of circulation, etc., no national income is created. In capitalist countries, a very large part of the able-bodied population not only does not produce the social product and the national income, but does not participate in socially useful labor at all. These include, first of all, the exploiting classes and their numerous parasitic servants, the gigantic police bureaucratic, militarist and other apparatus that protects the system of capitalist wage slavery. A large amount of labor is expended without any benefit to society. For example, huge unproductive expenditures of labor are associated with competition, unrestrained speculation, and incredibly inflated advertising. The anarchy of capitalist production, devastating economic crises, and significant underutilization of enterprises sharply reduce the use of labor. Under capitalism, the vast masses of the working people are deprived of the opportunity to work. In bourgeois countries, the number of fully unemployed registered in cities between 1930 and 1938 was never below 14 million. With the development of capitalism, the state apparatus is inflated, the number of persons serving the bourgeoisie increases, the share of the population employed in the sphere of material production decreases, and the proportion of persons employed in the sphere of circulation increases sharply. The army of the unemployed is growing, agrarian overpopulation is intensifying. All this severely limits the growth of the aggregate social product and national income in bourgeois society. In the United States, 43.9% of the total working age population was employed in material production in 1910, 41.5% in 1920, 35.5% in 1930, and 31.4% in 1940. In the United States, the average annual growth rate of national income over the last 30 years of the 19th century was 4.7%. From 1900 to 1919 to 2.8%, from 1920 to 1938 to 1%, and in the years after World War II, from 1945 to 1952, 0.8%. Distribution of national income. Each mode of production corresponds to historically determined forms of distribution. The distribution of the national income under capitalism is determined by the fact that ownership of the means of production is concentrated in the hands of the capitalists and landlords, who exploit the proletariat and the peasantry. As a consequence, the distribution of the national income is not in the interests of the working people, but in the interests of the exploiting classes. Under capitalism, the national income created by the labor of the workers is primarily at the disposal of the industrial capitalists, including the capitalist entrepreneurs in agriculture. The industrial capitalists, when they sell the commodities produced, receive the whole sum of their value, including the sum of variable capital and surplus value. Variable capital is transformed into wages, which the industrial capitalists pay to the workers engaged in production. Surplus value remains in the hands of industrial capitalists. Out of it are formed the incomes of all groups of the exploiting classes. A part of the surplus value is converted into the surplus value of the industrial capitalists. The industrial capitalists cede a certain share of surplus value to the commercial capitalists in the form of trade profit and to the bankers in the form of interest. Part of the surplus value is given by the industrial capitalists to the landowners in the form of ground rent. This distribution of the national income among the different classes of capitalist society can be schematically represented in billions of dollars or marks as follows. That part of the national income which is created in a given period by the labor of the peasants and artisans also goes into distribution. One part of it goes to the peasants and artisans themselves, another goes to the capitalists, kulaks, buyers, merchants, bankers, etc., and a third to the landowners. Workers' incomes are based on their personal labor and represent labor income. The source of income for the exploiting classes is the labor of the workers, as well as of the peasants and artisans. The incomes of the capitalists and landlords are based on the exploitation of the labor of others and are unearned incomes. In the process of further distribution of the national income, there is an increase in the unearned income of the exploiting classes. Part of the income of the population, primarily the working classes, is redistributed through the state budget and used in the interests of the exploiting classes. Thus, a part of the income of the workers and peasants, which goes to the state budget in the form of taxes, is then converted into additional income for the capitalists and into the income of officials. The tax burden imposed by the exploiting classes on the working people is increasing rapidly. In England, at the end of the 19th century, taxes were 6 to 7% of national income, in 1913, 11%, in 1924, 23%, in 1950, 38%, in France, at the end of the 19th century, 10%, in 1913, 13%, in 1924, 21%, in 1950 to 29% of national income. Further, a part of the national income is transferred by payment for so-called services to non-productive sectors, e.g., for the use of public utilities, medical care, entertainment enterprises, etc. As already indicated, these branches do not create the social product, and consequently the national income, but the capitalists, by exploiting the hired workers employed here, receive a part of the national income created in the branches of material production. From this income, the capitalists, the owners of enterprises in the non-productive sectors, pay wages to hired workers, cover the corresponding material costs, for premises, equipment, heating, etc., and make a profit. Thus the payment for services must recoup the costs of these enterprises and provide an average rate of profit, otherwise the capitalists will not employ their capital in these branches. In pursuit of high profits, capitalists tend to inflate service fees, which leads to a further fall in the real wages of the workers and the real incomes of the peasants. The redistribution of national income through the budget, as well as through high wages, increases the impoverishment of workers. As a result of the whole process of distribution of the national income, the latter is divided into two parts. 1. The income of the exploiting classes, and 2. The income of the working people employed in both the branches of material production and the non-productive branches. In 1923, the share of workers and other working people in town and country who did not exploit the labor of others in the national income was 54%, while the share of capitalists was 46%. In England, in 1924, the proportion of the working people was 45%, the share of capitalists 55%. In Germany, in 1929, the proportion of working people was 55%, and the proportion of capitalists 45%. At the present time, in the capitalist countries, the working people who make up the 9/10 of the population receives considerably less than half of the national income, and the exploiting classes much more than half. The share of the working classes in the national income is steadily falling, while the share of the exploiting classes is increasing. In the United States, for example, the share of working people in national income was 58% in 1870, 56% in 1890, 54% in 1923, and about 40% in 1951. The national income is ultimately used for consumption and accumulation. The use of the national income in bourgeois countries is determined by the class nature of capitalism and reflects the ever-increasing parasitism of the exploiting classes. The share of the national income that goes to the personal consumption of the working people, who are the main productive force of society, is so low that, as a rule, it does not even provide a subsistence minimum. The great mass of the workers and toiling peasants are compelled to deny themselves and their families the bare necessities of life, to huddle in hovels, and to deprive their children of education. A very large part of the national income is spent on the parasitic consumption of capitalists and landowners. Colossal sums are spent by the capitalists and landowners on the purchase of luxury goods, as well as on the maintenance of numerous servants. Under capitalism, the share of national income spent on expanding production is very small compared to the capabilities and needs of society. Thus, in the USA, the share of national income going to accumulation was approximately 10% for the period from 1919 to 1928, and in the decade from 1929 to 1938. Accumulation averaged only 2% of the U.S. national income, and during the years of crisis the amount accumulation was lower than the amount of depreciation, that is, there was consumption of fixed capital. The relatively small volume of accumulation under capitalism is due to the fact that a significant part of the national income is used for parasitic consumption by the capitalists, for unproductive expenditures. For example, the net costs of circulation for the maintenance of the commercial and credit apparatus, for the storage of surplus stocks, for the expenditure on advertising, stock speculation, etc., reach enormous proportions. In the United States, in the period between the First and Second World Wars, the net cost of circulation absorbed 17 to 19% of the national income. An ever-increasing part of the national income under capitalism is spent on military expenditures, the arms race, and the maintenance of the state apparatus. On the surface of the phenomena of capitalist society, incomes and their sources appear in a distorted, fetishist form. There is a deceptive appearance that capital itself generates profit, land rent, and that the workers create only a value equal to their wages. These fetishist notions lie at the heart of bourgeois theories of national income. With the help of theories of this kind, bourgeois economists seek to confuse the question of national income in favor of the bourgeoisie. They try to prove that, along with the workers and peasants, the national income is created by capitalists and landowners, as well as by such persons as officials, policemen, stockbrokers, clergy, etc. Further, bourgeois economists misrepresent the distribution of the national income. They underestimate the share of income earned by capitalists and landowners. Thus, for example, the incomes of the exploiting classes are determined on the basis of grossly understated information of the taxpayers themselves. It does not take into account the enormous salaries of capitalists received by many of them as managers of joint stock companies. At the same time, the incomes of the working people are artificially inflated by the fact that highly paid high-ranking officials, directors of enterprises, banks, trading firms, etc., are counted among the workers. Finally, the bourgeois economists distort the real picture of the distribution of the national income by not allocating expenditures for the consumption of the exploiting classes, for the net costs of circulation, by underestimating the share of military expenditures, and by disguising in every possible way the unproductive waste of an enormous part of the national income. State budget. The bourgeois state is an organ of the exploiting classes, whose aim is to keep the exploited majority of society in subjection and to safeguard the interests of the exploiting minority in all domestic and foreign policy. To carry out its tasks, the bourgeois state has an extensive apparatus: the army, police, punitive and judicial bodies, intelligence, various organs of administrative management and ideological influence on the masses. This apparatus is maintained at the expense of the state budget. Taxes and loans are the source of funds for the state budget. The state budget is an instrument for the redistribution of part of the national income in the interests of the exploiting classes. It is prepared in the form of an annual estimate of government revenues and expenditures. Marx wrote that the budget of the capitalist state is nothing more than a class budget, a budget for the bourgeoisie. 58. The expenditures of the capitalist state are overwhelmingly unproductive. An enormous share of the state budget under capitalism is devoted to the preparation and waging of wars. It also includes expenditures on scientific research in the field of production and improvement of new instruments of mass destruction of people, and on subversive activities abroad. Another large share of the expenditure of the capitalist state is related to the maintenance of the apparatus of oppression of the working people. Modern militarism is the result of capitalism. In both its forms, it is the vital manifestation of capitalism, as a military force used by the capitalist states in their external conflicts, and as a weapon. 58k. Marks, pounds, shillings, and pence, or the class budget and who benefits from it. K. Marx and F. Engels, Works, Volume X, page 146. Used in the hands of the ruling classes to suppress all kinds of economic and political movements of the proletariat. 59. The state spends very considerable sums, especially in times of crisis and war, on the direct support of capitalist enterprises and on ensuring them high profits. Often, subsidies given to banks and industrialists are intended to save them from bankruptcy during crises. By means of state orders carried out at the expense of the budget, billions of additional profits are pumped into the pockets of the big capitalists. Expenditures on culture and science, on education and public health account for an insignificant share of the state budgets of the capitalist countries. In the United States, for example, in recent years, more than 70% of the total amount of funds has been allocated for military purposes, and less than 4% for healthcare, public education, and housing, including less than 1% for public education. The capitalist state receives the bulk of its income through taxes. In England, for example, taxes in the total amount of state budget revenues amounted to 89% in 1938. Under capitalism, taxes serve as a form of additional exploitation of the working people by redistributing part of their income through the budget in favor of the bourgeoisie. Taxes are called direct taxes if they are levied on the income of individuals, and indirect taxes are levied if they are levied on goods sold, mainly consumer goods, or services, e.g., cinema and theater tickets, public transport tickets, etc. Indirect taxes increase the price of goods and payment for services. In fact, indirect taxes are paid by buyers. Capitalists also pass on some of their direct taxes to buyers if they succeed in raising the price of goods or services. The policy of the bourgeois state is aimed at reducing the taxation of the exploiting classes in every possible way. Capitalists evade taxes by concealing the true amount of their income. The policy of indirect taxes is especially advantageous to the propertied classes. Indirect taxation, falling on the articles of consumption of the masses, is distinguished by the greatest injustice. All its weight falls on the poor, creating a privilege for the rich. The poorer a person is, the greater the share of his income he gives to the state in the form of indirect taxes. The poor and the have-nots make up 9/10 of the total population, consumes 9/10 of all taxed products and pays 9/10 of the total amount of indirect taxes. 60. Consequently, the main burden of taxes falls on the toiling masses, workers, peasants and office workers. As has already been pointed out, at the present time in bourgeois countries about 1/3 of the wages of workers and office workers are withdrawn to the state budget through taxes. High taxes are levied on the peasants and increase their ruin. In addition to taxes, loans are an important source of revenue for the capitalist state. Most often, the bourgeois state resorts to loans to cover extraordinary, primarily military, expenditures. A significant part of the funds collected through loans is used by the state to pay for supplies that bring huge profits to industrialists. In the long run, borrowing leads to further increases in taxes on workers to pay the interest on the loans and to repay the loans themselves. The amount of public debt in bourgeois countries is growing rapidly. The total amount of public debt worldwide increased from 38 billion francs in 1825 to 250 billion francs in 1900, a 6.6-fold increase. The national debt increased even faster in the 20th century. In the United States, in 1914, the amount of public debt was $1.2 billion, and in 1938 $37.2 billion, that is, it increased 31 times. In England, in 1890, £24.1 million were paid in interest on loans, in 1951-52 $513.6 million. In the United States, in 1940, $1 billion was paid in interest on loans, and in 1951-52 $5.9 billion, 60 v. I. Lenin, on the State Painting, Works, Volume 5, page 309. One of the sources of revenue for the state budget under capitalism is the issue of paper money. By causing inflation and rising prices, the issue of paper money transfers to the bourgeois state a part of the national income at the expense of lowering the standard of living of the masses. Thus, the state budget under capitalism serves in the hands of the bourgeois state as an instrument for the additional robbery of the working people and the enrichment of the capitalist class, and intensifies the unproductive and parasitic character of the use of the national income. Brief conclusions. 1. In capitalist society, the national income is that part of the total social product in which the newly created value is embodied. The national income is created in the branches of material production by the labor of the working class, as well as by the labor of peasants and artisans. In kind, the national income represents the total mass of consumer goods produced and that part of the means of production which is destined for the expansion of production. Under capitalism, a significant part of the able-bodied population not only does not create a national income, but also does not participate in socially useful labor. 2. The distribution of the national income under capitalism takes place in the interests of the enrichment of the exploiting classes. The share of the working classes in the national income is falling, while the share of the exploiting classes is increasing. 3. Under capitalism, the national income generated by the working class is distributed in the form of the wages of the workers, the profits of the capitalists, industrialists, merchants, and owners of loan capital, and the ground rent received by the landowners. A large part of the results of the labor of peasants and artisans is also appropriated by capitalists and landowners. Through the state budget and through high fees for services, there is a redistribution of national income, which further increases the impoverishment of workers. 4. An enormous and ever-increasing part of the national income under capitalism is used unproductively. It is spent on the parasitic consumption of the bourgeoisie, on covering the exorbitantly inflated costs of circulation, on the maintenance of the state apparatus for the oppression of the masses, on the preparation and conduct of wars of conquest. Chapter 15. The reproduction of social capital. Social capital. Composition of the total social product. Capitalist reproduction includes both the direct process of production and the process of circulation. In order for reproduction to take place, capital must be able to carry out its circulation without hindrance, i.e., to pass from money to productive, from productive to commodity, from commodity to money, and so on. The cycles of individual capitals, however, are intertwined with each other, presuppose and condition each other, and it is precisely through this interweaving that they form the movement of the whole social capital. 61. Social capital is the whole mass of individual capitals in their totality and interconnection. There is a many-sided relationship between the individual capitalist enterprises. Some enterprises supply the other with machinery, raw materials and other means of production, while others produce the means of subsistence bought by the workers and the articles of consumption and luxury bought by the capitalists. Each of the individual capitals is independent of the others, and at the same time they are all interconnected. This contradiction is revealed in the course of the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital. The many-sided ties that exist between individual capitalists manifest themselves spontaneously as a result of the anarchy of production inherent in capitalism. In considering the process of reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, in order not to complicate the 61K. Marx, Capital, Volume 2, 1953, page 352. Matter, we assume that the whole economy of the country is carried on a capitalist basis, i.e., society consists only of capitalists and workers, and that the total constant capital is consumed during the year and its value is wholly transferred to the annual product. The total social product is nothing but social capital, with an increment in the form of surplus value, which has emerged from the process of production in the form of commodities. In order for production to continue, the social product must be realized, i.e., sold. The realization of the social product is the change from its commodity form to a monetary one. As has been shown above, the value of the total social product is divided into three parts. The first replaces constant capital, the second replaces variable capital, and the third is surplus value. Thus, the value of the social product is C plus V plus S. In the sale of the commodities produced, the capitalists must obtain their value, for only under this condition can they resume production. The division of the social product according to value means that different parts of it play different roles in the course of reproduction. Constant capital must continue to serve in the process of production. Variable capital is converted into wages, which the workers expend for consumption. In simple reproduction, surplus value is wholly consumed by the capitalists, while in expanded reproduction it is partly consumed by the capitalists and partly used for the purchase of additional means of production and for the hiring of additional labor power. In its natural form, the entire social product consists of means of production and articles of consumption. In considering the circulation and turnover of individual capital, it does not matter what kind of commodities in their natural form, use values, are produced in a given enterprise. In considering the reproduction and circulation of the total social capital, the natural form of the commodities produced in society acquires essential significance. For the uninterrupted renewal of the process of production, it is necessary that both the appropriate means of production and articles of consumption should be available. All social production is divided into two great divisions. The first division, I, is the production of means of production, and the second division, II, is the production of articles of consumption. Consumer goods, in turn, are divided into the necessary means of subsistence, which go to satisfy the needs of the working class, the toiling masses, and luxury goods, which are available only to the exploiting classes. By steadily lowering the standard of living of the working class, the capitalists are forcing the working people to replace more and more full-fledged consumer goods with low-grade goods and surrogates. At the same time, the luxury and extravagance of the parasitic classes are growing. The division of the social product according to its natural form, in turn, predetermines the different roles of its different parts in the course of reproduction. Thus, for example, weaving machines must be used for the production of fabrics and cannot be used for any other purpose. On the other hand, ready-to-wear garments must go for personal consumption. The question arises: how does the realization of a social product take place under the conditions of anarchy of capitalist production? Lenin pointed out that the question of realization consists precisely in analyzing the compensation of all parts of the social product in value and in material form. 62. It is, therefore, a question of how, for each part of the social product in terms of value, constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, and its natural form, means of production, articles of consumption, another part of the product can be found on the market. 62 volts. I. Lenin, on the characteristics of economic romanticism, works, volume 2. Page 144. In the discussion of expanded reproduction, the question of how surplus value is transformed into capital, i.e., whence are obtained the additional means of production and articles of consumption for the additional laborers necessary for the expansion of production. Conditions of realization under capitalist simple reproduction. Let us consider, first of all, the conditions necessary for the realization of the social product under capitalist simple reproduction, when the whole surplus value is used for the personal consumption of the capitalists. The following example illustrates these conditions. Let us suppose that in the first division, i.e., in the production of means of production, the value of the constant capital, expressed in millions of pounds, for example, is 4,000, of the variable capital, 1,000, and of the surplus value, 1,000. Let us suppose that in the second division, i.e., in the production of consumable goods, the value of constant capital is 2,000, of variable capital 500, and of surplus value 500. On this assumption, the annual social product will consist of the following parts. I. 4,000 S plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 T equals 6,000. 2. 2,000 S plus 500 V plus 500 T equals 3,000. The value of the total product produced in the first division, which exists in the form of machinery, raw materials, etc., is, therefore, 6,000. In order that the process of production may be resumed, a portion of this product, equal to 4,000, must be sold to the enterprises of the first division, in order to renew the constant capital of that division. The remainder of the product of the first division, representing the reproduced value of the variable capital, 1,000, and the newly produced surplus value, 1,000, which exists in the form of means of production, is sold to the enterprises of the second division in exchange for the articles of consumption which enter into the personal consumption of the workers and capitalists of the first division. On the other hand, the capitalists of the second division need means of production to the amount of 2,000 for the renewal of their constant capital. The value of the total product produced in the second division and existing in the form of consumable goods, bread, meat, clothing, shoes, etc., as well as luxury goods, as 3,000. A part of the consumables produced in the second subdivision is exchanged for 2,000 for the wages and surplus value of the first subdivision. In this way the constant capital of the second subdivision is replaced. The remainder of the product of the second subdivision, representing the reproduced value of the variable capital, 500, and the newly produced surplus value, 500, is realized within the second subdivision and enters into the personal consumption of the workers and capitalists of this subdivision. Under the conditions of simple reproduction, therefore, the exchange between the two subdivisions is 1. The variable capital and surplus value of the first subdivision, which must be exchanged for the articles of consumption produced in the second subdivision, and 2. The constant capital of the second subdivision, which must be exchanged for the means of production produced in the first subdivision. The condition for realization in capitalist simple reproduction is the following equality. The variable capital plus the surplus value of the first subdivision must be equal to the constant capital of the second subdivision. I, V plus S, equals 2C. This condition of simple reproduction can be expressed in the following way. The total quantity of commodities produced during the year in the first subdivision, by the enterprises producing the means of production, must be equal in value to the quantity of means of production which is consumed in the enterprises of both subdivisions during the year. The total quantity of commodities produced during the year in the second subdivision, the enterprises producing articles of consumption, must be equal in value to the sum of the earnings of the workers and capitalists of the two subdivisions. Conditions of realization under capitalist expanded reproduction. Capitalist expanded reproduction presupposes the accumulation of capital. Since the capital of each subdivision consists of two parts, constant and variable capital, the accumulated part of the surplus value is divided into these two parts. One part is used for the purchase of additional means of production, the other for the hiring of additional labor power. From this it follows that the annual product of the first subdivision must contain a surplus over and above the quantity of means of production which is necessary for simple reproduction. In other words, the sum of the variable capital and surplus value of the first subdivision must be greater than the constant capital of the second subdivision. I, V plus S, must be greater than EC. This is the basic condition of realization in capitalist expanded reproduction. Let us examine in a little more detail the conditions of realization under capitalist expanded reproduction. Suppose that in the first subdivision the value of the constant capital is 4,000, the value of the variable capital is 1,000, and the surplus value is 1,000. In the second division, let the value of the constant capital be 1,500, of the variable capital 750, and of the surplus value 750. On this assumption, the annual social product will consist of the following parts. I. 4,000 S plus 1,000 V plus 1,000 tons 6,000. 2. 1,500 S plus 750 V plus 750 T equals 3,000. Let us suppose that in the first subdivision 1 out of a surplus value of 500 is accumulated. In accordance with the organic composition of the capital in the first division, 4 to 1, the accumulated portion of the surplus value is divided as follows. 400 goes to the increase of the constant capital and 100 to the increase of the variable capital. The additional constant capital, 400, is present in the product of the first subdivision itself in the form of means of production. An additional variable capital, 100, must be received in exchange from the second subdivision, which must therefore also accumulate. The capitalists of the second division exchange a part of their surplus value, equal to 100, for means of production and convert these means of production into additional constant capital. Then, according to the organic composition of capital in the second division, 2 to 1, the variable capital in that division must increase by 50. In the second subdivision, therefore, out of a surplus value of 750, 150 is to be accumulated. As in simple reproduction, the second division must exchange with the first its constant capital of 1,500. For its part, the first subdivision must exchange with the second subdivision its variable capital, which is equal to 1,000, and the consumable portion of the surplus value, which is equal to 500. So, the first unit should exchange the part of the product that reproduces the value of the variable capital, 1,000. A portion of the surplus value to be accumulated, which is added to the variable capital, 100 the part of the surplus value consumed by the capitalists. 500. Total. 1,600 the second unit is to exchange. Constant capital, 1,500. Part of the surplus value to be accumulated, which is added to the constant capital 100. Total, 1,600. An exchange between the two units can take place only if these values are equal. Such are the conditions of realization under capitalist expanded reproduction. In expanded reproduction, the sum of the variable capital and surplus value of the first subdivision must grow faster than the constant capital of the second subdivision, and the constant capital of the first subdivision must still further outstrip the growth of the constant capital of the second subdivision. Under any system of society, the development of productive forces is expressed in the fact that the share of social labor going to the production of means of production increases in comparison with the share going to the production of consumer goods. Under capitalism, the more rapid growth in the production of means of production as compared with the production of articles of consumption appears in the form of a more rapid growth of constant capital as compared with variable capital, i.e., in the form of an increase in the organic composition of capital. An increase in the organic composition of capital inevitably leads to an increase in unemployment and a decrease in the standard of living of the working class. The problem of the market. Contradictions of capitalist reproduction. As can be seen from the previous discussion, the realization of a social product requires certain relations between its individual parts and, consequently, between branches and elements of production. Under capitalism, when production is conducted by isolated producers who are guided by the pursuit of profit and work for a market unknown to them, these relations cannot but be subject to constant violations. Examining the conditions of the normal course of capitalist simple and extended reproduction, Marx points out that they turn into just as numerous conditions of the abnormal course of reproduction, into just as numerous possibilities of crises, since equilibrium given the spontaneous nature of this production is itself an accident. 63. Under the conditions of the anarchy of capitalist production, the realization of the social product takes place only in the midst of difficulties and constant fluctuations, which become stronger with the growth of capitalism. Of particular importance is the fact that the expansion of capitalist production and, consequently, the formation of the home market takes place not so much at the expense of consumer goods as at the expense of the means of production. The growth in the production of means of production far outstrips the growth in the production of articles for personal consumption. In the total mass of the output of capitalist production, consumer goods occupy a relatively smaller and smaller place. However, the production of means of production cannot develop completely independently of the production of consumer goods and without any connection with it. Enterprises employing the means of production throw on the market ever-increasing masses of commodities which serve for consumption. Thus, in the final analysis, productive consumption, consumption of means of production, is always linked to, always dependent on, personal consumption. But the volume of personal consumption of the bulk of the population in capitalist society is limited by extremely narrow limits because of the laws of capitalist exploitation, which cause the impoverishment of the working class and the peasantry. The aim of capitalist production is the extraction of profits. The means to achieve this goal is the expansion of production. In this sense, Marx wrote about capitalism's characteristic production for production's sake, accumulation for accumulation's sake. The goods are ultimately produced not for the sake of production, but for the satisfaction of people's needs. The means, the expansion of production, inevitably come into conflict with the aim of 63K. Marx, Capital, Volume 2, 1953, page 496. The capitalists, the extraction of profits. Consequently, capitalism has a deep antagonistic contradiction between production and consumption. The contradiction between production and consumption inherent in capitalism consists in the fact that national wealth grows side by side with the growth of national poverty, and the productive forces of society grow without a corresponding increase in popular consumption. This contradiction is one of the manifestations of the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. In denouncing the servants of the bourgeoisie who glossed over the deep contradictions of capitalist realization, Lenin pointed out that even with the perfectly smooth and proportional reproduction and circulation of all social capital, there is an inevitable contradiction between the growth of production and the limited limits of consumption. In reality, moreover, the process of realization does not proceed with perfect proportionality, but only in the midst of difficulties, vacillations, crises, and so forth. 64. A distinction should be made between the domestic market, the sale of goods within a given country, and the foreign market, the sale of goods abroad. The domestic market appears and expands with the emergence and growth of commodity production, and especially with the development of capitalism, which deepens the social division of labor and dissolves the direct producers into capitalists and workers. As a result of the social division of labor, the number of special branches of production is growing. The development of some industries expands the market for goods produced by other industries, primarily raw materials, machinery, and other means of production. Further, the class stratification of small 64 volts. Lenin, more on the question of the theory of realization, Works, Volume 4, page 71. Commodity producers, the increase in the number of workers, and the increase in the profits of capitalists lead to an increase in the sale of consumer goods they buy. The degree of development of the home market is the degree of development of capitalism in the country. The socialization of labor by capitalism is manifested first of all in the destruction of the former fragmentation of small economic units, which is characteristic of natural economy, and the unification of small local markets into a huge national and then world market. In considering the process of reproduction and circulation of all social capital, the role of the external market is left aside, since the inclusion of the foreign market does not change the essence of the question. Attracting foreign trade only shifts the issue from one country to several countries, but this does not change the essence of the implementation process at all. This, however, does not mean that the foreign market is not essential for the capitalist countries. In the pursuit of profit, capitalists expand production far beyond the capacity of the domestic market and seek more profitable foreign markets. The contradictions of capitalist realization manifest themselves with full force in the periodic economic crises of overproduction. Brief conclusions. 1. The cycles of individual capitals in their totality constitute the movement of social capital. Social capital is the whole mass of individual capitals in their interconnection. 2. The total product of capitalist society is divided according to its value into constant capital, variable capital, and surplus value, and according to its natural form, into means of production and articles of consumption. All social production is divided into two subdivisions. The first subdivision is the production of the means of production, and the second subdivision is the production of the means of production of consumer goods. The problem of realization is how to find for each part of the social product in terms of value and material form another part of the product that replaces it on the market. 3. In capitalist simple reproduction, the condition of realization is that the variable capital plus the surplus value of the first subdivision must be equal to the constant capital of the second subdivision. In capitalist expanded reproduction, the condition of realization is that the sum of the variable capital and surplus value of the first subdivision must be greater than the constant capital of the second subdivision. With expanded reproduction, the growth of the production of means of production outstrips the growth of the production of consumer goods. 4. In the course of its development, capitalism creates and develops the internal market. The growth of production in the home market under capitalism is due to the means of production rather than to consumer goods. In the process of capitalist reproduction, the disproportionality of production and the contradiction between production and consumption, which are inevitable under capitalism, are revealed. The contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation. The contradictions of capitalist reproduction are most clearly manifested in the periodic economic crises of overproduction. Chapter 16. Economic Crises. The basis of the capitalist crises of overproduction. Since the beginning of the 19th century, since the emergence of large-scale machine industry, the course of capitalist expanded reproduction has been periodically interrupted by economic crises. Capitalist crises are crises of overproduction. The crisis is expressed first of all in the fact that commodities do not find a market, since they are produced more than the main consumers, the masses of the people, whose purchasing power under the domination of capitalist relations of production is limited by extremely narrow limits. Surplus goods clutter up warehouses. The capitalists cut production and dismiss workers. Hundreds and thousands of businesses are closing. Unemployment is soaring. Many small producers in town and country are ruined. The lack of marketing of manufactured goods leads to the disruption of trade. Credit ties are disrupted. Capitalists are experiencing an acute shortage of cash for payments. Stock markets crash as stocks, bonds, and other securities plummet. A wave of bankruptcies of industrial enterprises, trading and banking firms is sweeping. The overproduction of goods in times of crisis is not absolute, but relative. This means that there is a surplus of commodities only in comparison with effective demand, and not at all in comparison with the real needs of society. In times of crisis, the working masses are in dire need of the most basic necessities. Their needs are less satisfied than at any other time. Millions of people are starving because too much grain has been produced. People are suffering from the cold because too much coal has been mined. The working people are deprived of all means of subsistence precisely because they have produced too much of them. This is the glaring contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, when, in the words of the French utopian socialist Fourier, excess becomes a source of want and deprivation. Upheavals in economic life often occurred under pre-capitalist modes of production as well. But they were caused by some extraordinary natural or social disaster. Floods, droughts, bloody wars, or epidemics sometimes devastated entire countries, dooming the population to starvation and extinction. However, the fundamental difference between these economic upheavals and capitalist crises lies in the fact that the hunger and misery caused by these upheavals were the result of the underdevelopment of production, the extreme shortage of products. Under capitalism, however, crises are generated by the growth of production, the miserable standard of living of the masses of the people, by the relative surplus of goods produced. As has been shown above, in Chapter 4, the mere production and circulation of commodities already involves the possibility of crises. However, crises become inevitable only under capitalism, when production acquires a social character, and the product of the socialized labor of many thousands and millions of workers enters the private appropriation of the capitalists. The contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production is the fundamental contradiction of capitalism. This contradiction is the basis of economic crises of overproduction. Thus, the inevitability of crises is rooted in the very system of capitalist economy. The basic contradiction of capitalism manifests itself as the opposition between the organization of production within individual enterprises and the anarchy of production in the workers is organized and subordinated to the single will of the employer. But in society as a whole, as a result of the dominance of private ownership of the means of production, the anarchy of production reigns, which excludes the planned development of the economy. The expansion of production proceeds unevenly, so that the old proportions between the branches are constantly disturbed, and new proportions are established spontaneously, by the flow of capital from one branch to another. Proportionality between the individual branches is therefore an accident, and constant violations of proportionality are the general rule of capitalist reproduction. In the pursuit of the greatest profits, the capitalists expand production, improve technology, introduce new machines, and throw huge masses of commodities on the market. In the same direction, there is a constant tendency of the rate of profit to fall, due to the growth of the organic composition of capital. Entrepreneurs seek to compensate for the fall in the rate of profit by an increase in the mass of profit by expanding the scale of production, by increasing the quantity of commodities produced. Thus, capitalism is characterized by a tendency towards an expansion of production, towards an enormous increase in the possibilities of production. But as a result of the fall in real wages, the growth of unemployment, and the ruin of the peasantry, the effective demand of the working people is relatively reduced. As a consequence, the expansion of capitalist production inevitably comes up against the narrow limits of consumption by the main masses of the population. The basis of the crisis lies in the contradiction between the social character of production and the capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production. An expression of this fundamental contradiction of capitalism is the contradiction between the colossal increase in the production capacity of capitalism, designed to maximize capitalist profit, and the relative reduction in effective demand on the part of the millions of working people, whose standard of living the capitalists are always trying to keep within the extreme minimum. 65. The fundamental contradiction of capitalism comes to the surface in the class antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Capitalism is characterized by a gap between the two most important conditions of production: the means of production, which are concentrated in the hands of the capitalists, and the direct producers, who are deprived of everything but their labor power. This gap is vividly manifested in crises of overproduction, when a vicious circle is created. On one side there is a surplus of means of production and products, on the other side there is a surplus of labor power, a mass of unemployed, deprived of means of subsistence. Crises are an inevitable concomitant of the capitalist mode of production. In order to abolish crises, capitalism must be abolished. Bourgeois economists deny the inevitability of crises under capitalism. They declare crises to be the result of accidental causes, which can be eliminated if the capitalist economic system is preserved. The ultimate cause of crises is proclaimed to be either an accidental disproportion between the branches of production or underconsumption, for which such means as the arms race and war are recommended. As a matter of fact, both disproportionate production and underconsumption under capitalism are not accidents, but inevitable forms of manifestation of the basic contradiction of capitalism, which cannot be eliminated as long as the bourgeois system exists. 65 J. V. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 16th Congress of the CPSU, B. Works, Volume 12, pp. 243-244. The cyclical character of capitalist reproduction. Capitalist overproduction crises recur at regular intervals, every 8 to 12 years. Partial crises of overproduction that affected individual industries occurred in England even in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. The first industrial crisis that engulfed the economy of the country as a whole broke out in England in 1825. In 1836, the crisis began in England, and then spread to the United States. The crisis of 1847 to 1848, which affected the United States and a number of countries on the European continent, was the First World Crisis. The crisis of 1857 hit the major countries of Europe and America. It was followed by the crises of 1866, 1873, 1882, and 1890. The most profound of these was the crisis of 1873, which marked the beginning of the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism. In the XX century, crises occurred in 1900 to 1903. This crisis began in Russia, where its effect was much stronger than in any other country, in 1907, 1920-1921, 1929 to 1933, 1937-1938, and 1948-1949. The period from the beginning of one crisis to the beginning of another crisis is called a cycle. The cycle consists of 4 phases: crisis, depression, recovery, and recovery. The main phase of the cycle is the crisis, which serves as the starting point of a new cycle. A crisis is a phase of a cycle in which the contradiction between the growth of productive possibilities and the relative reduction of effective demand manifests itself in a violent and destructive form. This phase of the cycle is characterized by an overproduction of goods that cannot be sold, a sharp drop in prices, an acute shortage of means of payment, and a stock market crash that causes mass bankruptcies, a sharp reduction in production, an increase in unemployment, and a fall in wages. The depreciation of commodities, unemployment, the direct destruction of machinery, equipment and entire enterprises, all this means a huge destruction of the productive forces of society. By ruining a multitude of enterprises, by destroying a part of the productive forces, the crisis forcibly adjusts, and for a very short time, the scale of production to the size of effective demand. Crises always represent only a temporary violent resolution of existing contradictions, violent explosions that momentarily restore the disturbed balance. 66. Depression is a phase of a cycle that comes immediately after a crisis. This phase of the cycle is characterized by the fact that industrial production is in a state of stagnation, commodity prices are low, trade is sluggish, and there is an abundance of free money capital. In a period of depression, prerequisites are created for subsequent revival and recovery. Accumulated stocks of goods are partly destroyed, partly sold at reduced prices. Capitalists seek to find a way out of the stagnant state of production by lowering the cost of production. They achieve this goal, first, by intensifying the exploitation of the workers in every possible way, by further lowering wages and increasing the intensity of labor. Secondly, by the re-equipment of enterprises, the renewal of fixed capital, and the introduction of technical improvements designed to make production profitable at the low prices that have been established as a result of the crisis. The renewal of fixed capital gives impetus to the growth of production in a number of industries. Enterprises that manufacture equipment receive orders and, in turn, demand all kinds of raw materials and materials. Gradually, there is a transition from depression to revival. Recovery is the phase of the cycle during which enterprises that survive the crisis recover from shocks and begin to expand production. Gradually, the level of 66K. Marx, Capital, Volume 3, 1953, page 259. Production reaches the previous levels, prices rise, and profits rise. Excitement turns into uplift. Recovery is the phase of the cycle during which production overtakes the highest point reached in the previous cycle on the eve of the crisis. During the boom, new industrial enterprises, railways, etc. are built. Prices rise. Merchants tend to buy as many goods as possible in the expectation of further price increases, and thus push industrialists to expand production even more. Banks are willing to lend money to industrialists and merchants. All this makes it possible to expand the size of production and trade far beyond effective demand. This creates the conditions for another overproduction crisis. Before the onset of the crisis, production reaches the highest level, but sales opportunities seem even greater. Overproduction already exists, but in a hidden form. Speculation drives up prices and inflates the demand for goods. Surplus goods accumulate. Credit hides overproduction to an even greater extent. Banks continue to lend to industry and trade, artificially supporting the expansion of production. When overproduction is at its highest, a crisis breaks out. Then the whole cycle repeats. The crisis forms the starting point for new large-scale capital investments. In an effort to restore the profitability of their enterprises in the face of a sharp decline in prices, capitalists, along with increasing exploitation of workers, are forced to introduce new machines, new methods of production. There is a massive renewal of fixed capital. In crucial branches of large-scale industry, the life expectancy of fixed assets of production, taking into account not only physical but also moral wear and tear, averages about 10 years. This provides the material basis for the periodicity of crises that occur regularly throughout the history of capitalism. Each crisis prepares the ground for new and even deeper crises, and as capitalism develops, their destructive power and severity increase. Agrarian crises. Capitalist crises of overproduction, by causing unemployment, falling wages, and a reduction in effective demand for agricultural products, inevitably give rise to partial or total overproduction in the field of agriculture. Crises of overproduction in agriculture are called agrarian crises. The inevitability of agrarian crises is due to the same fundamental contradiction of capitalism which is the basis of industrial crises. At the same time, agrarian crises have some peculiarities. They are usually of a longer and more protracted nature than industrial crises. The agrarian crisis of the last quarter of the 19th century, which engulfed Western European countries, Russia, and then the United States, began in the first half of the 70s and continued in one form or another until the mid-90s of the 19th century. It was caused by the fact that due to the development of maritime transport and the expansion of the railway network, European markets began to receive a large amount of cheaper bread from America, Russia and India. In America, The production of grain was cheaper because of the plowing of new fertile land and the availability of free land for which absolute rent was not charged. Russia and India were able to export bread to Western Europe at low prices, as Russian and Indian peasants, oppressed by excessive taxes, were forced to sell bread for a song. European tenant capitalists and peasants could not withstand this competition with the high rents inflated by large landowners. After the First World War, with a huge reduction in the population's ability to pay, an acute agrarian crisis broke out in the spring of 1920, which hit extra-European countries, USA, Canada, Argentina, Australia, with particular force. Agriculture had not yet recovered from this crisis when, at the end of 1928, there were clear signs of a new agrarian crisis that had begun in Canada, the United States, Brazil, and Australia. This crisis has engulfed the main countries of the capitalist world that export raw materials and food. The crisis engulfed all branches of agriculture, intertwined with the industrial crisis of 1929 to 1933 and lasted until the outbreak of the Second World War. The protracted nature of agrarian crises can be explained by the following main reasons. In the first place, the monopoly of private ownership of land compels tenants to pay the rent fixed by the contract in the same amount even during agrarian crises. When the prices of agricultural commodities fall, the rent of land is paid by a further fall in the wages of agricultural laborers, as well as by profits, sometimes even by the advanced capital of the tenants. As a result, it is extremely difficult to get out of the crisis by introducing improved technology and reducing production costs. Secondly, agriculture under capitalism is a backward branch in comparison with industry. Private ownership of land, the survivals of feudal relations, the necessity of paying absolute and differential rent to landowners, all this hinders the free flow of capital into agriculture and hinders the development of the productive forces. Technology in this industry remains extremely backward. The organic composition of capital in agriculture is lower than in industry. Fixed capital, the mass renewal of which is the material basis for the periodicity of industrial crises, plays a much smaller role in agriculture than in industry. Thirdly, small commodity producers, peasants, try to maintain the previous volume of production in times of crises in order to hold on to their own or leased plots of land at any cost, at the expense of excessive labor, malnutrition, predatory use of soil and livestock. This further increases the overproduction of agricultural products. Thus, the general basis of the protracted character of agrarian crises is the monopoly of private ownership of land, the feudal survivals associated with it, and the extreme backwardness of agriculture in the capitalist countries. The main burden of the agrarian crises falls on the main mass of the peasantry. The agrarian crisis, like any crisis, ruins the masses of small commodity producers. By breaking up the established property relations, it accelerates the disintegration of the peasantry and the development of capitalist relations in agriculture. At the same time, agrarian crises are driving the agriculture of the capitalist countries to direct degradation, causing a return from machines to manual labor, a sharp decrease in the use of artificial fertilizers, a reduction in the sown area, a decline in the level of agricultural technology, and a decrease in the yield of agricultural crops and the productivity of animal husbandry. Crises and sharpening of the contradictions of capitalism. Economic crises, being a violent explosion of all the contradictions of the capitalist mode of production, inevitably lead to a further deepening and sharpening of these contradictions. As a rule, capitalist crises of overproduction have a general character. Beginning in any branch of production, they quickly embrace the entire national economy. Originating in one or a few countries, they spread to the entire capitalist world. Each crisis leads to a sharp reduction in production, a fall in wholesale prices for goods and stock exchange prices, and a decrease in the volume of domestic and foreign trade. In every crisis, output falls back to the level it was a few years ago. In the 19th century, during crises, the level of economic life of the capitalist countries was thrown back by 3 to 5 years, and in the XX century, by decades. Coal production in the United States fell during the crisis of 1873 by 9.1 degrees Celsius, 1882 by 7.5, 1893 by 6.4, 1907 by 13.4, 1920-1921 by 27.5, 1929 to 1933 by 40.9%. Iron output in the United States fell by 27% during the crisis of 1873, 12.5% in 1882, 27.3% in 1893, 38.2% in 1907, 54.8% in 1920-1921, and 79.4% in 1929 to 1933. In Germany, the total volume of industrial production fell by 6.1% during the crisis of 1873, 3.4% in 1890, 6.5% in 1907, and 40.6% in 1929 to 1933. By the crisis of 1857, the United States was pushed back in coal production for 2 years, in pig iron production for 4 years, in exports for 2 years, and in imports for 3 years. By the crisis of 1929, the United States was pushed back in coal production for 28 years, in pig iron production for 36 years, in steel production for 31 years, in exports for 35 years, in imports for 31 years. The crisis of 1929 threw England back 35 years in coal production, 76 years in pig iron production, 23 years in steel production, and 36 years in foreign trade. Economic crises vividly demonstrate the predatory nature of capitalism. In every crisis, in conditions of extreme destitution, millions of people doomed to poverty and hunger, huge quantities of unmarketable goods are destroyed, such as wheat, potatoes, milk, livestock, cotton. Entire factories, shipyards, blast furnaces are being mothballed or scrapped, crops of grain and industrial crops are being destroyed, and plantations of fruit trees are being cut down. During the 3 years of the crisis of 1929 to 1933, 92 blast furnaces were demolished in the United States, 72 in England, 28 in Germany, and 10 in France. The tonnage of sea vessels destroyed over the years amounted to more than 6.5 million registered tons. The destructive effect of the agrarian crisis can be seen from the following data. In the U.S., from 1926 to 1937, more than 2 million farms were forcibly sold for debt. Income from agriculture fell from $6.8 billion in 1929 to $2.4 billion in 1932, while sales of agricultural machinery and equipment fell from $458 million to $65 million a year, or a factor of 7, and the consumption of artificial fertilizers fell by almost half. The U.S. government took all measures to reduce agricultural production. In 1,933.10 million acres of cotton crops were destroyed by plowing, 4.6 million pigs were purchased and destroyed, and wheat was burned in the furnaces of steam locomotives. About 4 million bags of coffee were destroyed in Brazil, and 22,117 head of cattle in Denmark. Crises bring incalculable misery to the working class, to the main masses of the peasantry, to all working people. They cause mass unemployment, which condemns hundreds of thousands and millions of people to forced idleness, poverty, and hunger. The capitalists are using unemployment to increase the exploitation of the working class in every possible way, to drastically lower the standard of living of the working people. The number of workers employed in the U.S. manufacturing industry declined by 11.8% during the 1907 crisis. During the crisis of 1929 to 1933, the number of workers in the American manufacturing industry declined by 38.8%, and the amount of wages paid fell by 57.7%. According to American statisticians, 43 million man-years were lost to unemployment between 1929 and 1938. Crises enormously increase the insecurity of the existence of workers, their fear of tomorrow. Having failed to find work for years, the proletarians lose their qualifications. After the end of the crisis, many of them can no longer return to production. The living conditions of working people are deteriorating to the extreme, and the number of homeless people wandering around the country in search of work is increasing. In years of crisis, the number of suicides of desperate people increases dramatically, begging and crime increase. Crises lead to an aggravation of the class contradictions between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie, between the main masses of the peasantry and the landlords, usurers and kulaks who exploit them. In the conditions of crisis, the working class is deprived of many of the gains it has gained in its long and arduous struggle against the exploiters and the bourgeois state. This shows the workers that the only way to escape poverty and hunger is to overthrow the power of the bourgeoisie, to abolish capitalist wage slavery. The broadest masses of the proletariat, condemned by crises to enormous deprivation, are imbued with class consciousness and revolutionary determination. The inability of the bourgeoisie to control the productive forces of society undermines the faith of the petty bourgeois strata of the population in the inviolability of the capitalist order. All this leads to an intensification of the class struggle in capitalist society. In times of crisis, the bourgeois state comes to the aid of the capitalists with monetary subsidies, for which the working masses ultimately pay. Using the apparatus of coercion and coercion, the state helps the capitalists to attack the standard of living of the working class and the peasantry. All this intensifies the impoverishment of the working masses. At the same time, crises reveal the complete inability of the bourgeois state to curb the spontaneous laws of capitalism to any extent. In capitalist countries, it is not the state that manages the economy, but, on the contrary, the state itself is at the mercy of capitalist economy, in the subordination of big capital. Crises are the most obvious indicator of the fact that the productive forces created by capitalism have outgrown the framework of bourgeois relations of production, as a result of which the latter have become a brake on the further growth of the productive forces. The crisis shows that modern society could produce incomparably more products for the improvement of the lives of all working people if the land, factories, machinery, etc., were not available to the working people, have not been captured by a handful of private proprietors extracting millions from the people's misery. 67. Every crisis brings the collapse of the capitalist mode of production closer. The historical tendency of the development of capitalism. The proletariat is the gravedigger of capitalism. After capitalism became the dominant system, the concentration of property in a few hands took gigantic strides. The development of capitalism leads to the ruin of small producers, who fall into the ranks of the army of wage workers. Competition among capitalists is becoming more and more acute, as a result of which one capitalist beats many. The concentration of capital means the concentration of enormous wealth in the hands of an ever narrower circle of people. In developing large-scale production, capitalism at the same time gives rise to its gravedigger in the person of the working class, which acts as the leader of all the toiling and exploited masses. The development of industry is accompanied by an increase in the number of the proletariat, an increase in its unity, consciousness, and organization. The proletariat is rising more and more resolutely in the struggle against capital. The development of capitalist society, accompanied by the sharpening of its inherent antagonistic 67 v. I. Lenin, Lessons of the Crisis, Works, Volume 5, page 76. Contradictions and the intensification of the class struggle prepares the necessary prerequisites for the victory of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie. The theoretical expression of the fundamental interests of the working class is Marxism, scientific socialism, which is an integral and harmonious worldview. Scientific socialism teaches the proletariat to unite for the class struggle against the bourgeoisie. The class interests of the proletariat coincide with the interests of the progressive development of human society. They merge with the interests of the overwhelming majority of society, for the revolution of the proletariat does not mean the abolition of this or that form of exploitation, but the abolition of all exploitation in general. If, at the dawn of capitalism, a few usurpers, in the persons of capitalists and landlords, expropriated the masses of the people, the development of capitalism leads to the inevitability of the expropriation of a few usurpers by the masses of the people. This task is fulfilled by the socialist revolution, which socializes the means of production and liquidates capitalism with its crises, unemployment and misery of the masses. The monopoly of capital becomes the fetters of the mode of production which has grown under it and under it. The centralization of the means of production and the socialization of labor reach a point where they become incompatible with their capitalist shell. It explodes. The hour of capitalist private property is striking. The expropriators are being expropriated. 68. Such is the historical tendency of the development of the capitalist mode of production. 68k. Marx, Capital, Volume I, 1953, p. 766. Brief conclusions. 1. Economic crises are crises of overproduction. The basis of crises is the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the products of labor. The forms of expression of this contradiction are, first, the opposition between the organization of production within individual capitalist enterprises and the anarchy of production in society as a whole, and, secondly, the contradiction between the enormous increase in the productive possibilities of capitalism and the relative reduction of effective demand on the part of the toiling masses. The basic contradiction of capitalism manifests itself in the class antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. 2. The period from the beginning of one crisis to the beginning of another crisis is called a cycle. The cycle consists of the following phases: crisis, depression, revival, recovery. The material basis of the periodicity of capitalist crises is the periodic renewal of fixed capital. Agricultural crises are intertwined with industrial crises, which are characterized by a protracted character because of the monopoly of private ownership of land and the extreme backwardness of agriculture under capitalism. 3. Capitalist crises mean the gigantic destruction of the productive forces. They bring incalculable misery to the working masses. In crises, the historically limited character of the bourgeois system and the inability of capitalism to continue to control the productive forces that have grown in its depths are most clearly revealed. In order to abolish crises, capitalism must be abolished. 4. The historical tendency of the development of capitalism consists in the fact that, on the one hand, it develops the productive forces and socializes production, thereby creating the material prerequisites for socialism, and, on the other hand, it gives rise to its own gravedigger. In the person of the proletariat, which organizes and leads the revolutionary struggle of all working people for emancipation from the yoke of capital. B. Monopoly capitalism. Imperialism. Chapter 17. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. The basic economic law of monopoly. Capitalism. Transition to imperialism. Pre-monopoly capitalism, dominated by free competition, reached its highest point of development by the 60s and 70s of the last century. During the last third of the 19th century, the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism took place. At the end of the beginning of the XX century, monopoly capitalism finally took shape. Monopoly capitalism, or imperialism, is the highest and last stage of capitalism, the main distinguishing feature of which is the substitution of monopolies for free competition. The transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism, imperialism, was prepared by the entire process of development of the productive forces and production relations of bourgeois society. The last third of the 19th century was marked by major technical shifts, the growth of industry and its concentration. In metallurgy, new methods of steel smelting, Bessemer, Thomas, and open hearth steel, have been widely used. The rapid spread of new types of engines, dynamo, internal combustion engine, steam turbine, electric motor, accelerated the development of industry and transportation. Advances in science and technology have opened up the possibility of producing electrical energy on a massive scale in thermal and later in large hydroelectric power plants. Ferrous and light metals. The use of chemical methods in many industries has expanded. The improvement of internal combustion engines contributed to the emergence of road transport and then aviation. As early as the middle of the 19th century, light industry occupied a predominant place in the industry of the capitalist countries. Numerous enterprises of comparatively small size belonged to individual owners, and the share of joint stock companies was comparatively small. The economic crisis of 1873 led to the demise of many such enterprises and gave a strong impetus to the concentration and centralization of capital. The predominant role in the industry of the main capitalist countries was played by heavy industry, primarily metallurgy and machine building, as well as the mining industry, the development of which required enormous capital. The widespread of joint stock companies further intensified the centralization of capital. The volume of world industrial output tripled from 1870 to 1900. World steel production increased from 0.5 million tons in 1870 to 28 million tons in 1900. And world iron production increased from 12.2 million tons to 40.7 million tons. The development of energy, metallurgy and chemistry led to an increase in world coal production, from 161,218 million tons in 1870 to 769 million tons in 1900, and oil, from 0.8 million tons to 20 million tons. The growth of industrial production was closely related to the development of railway transport. In 1835, 10 years after the construction of the first railway, there were 2.4 thousand kilometers of railway tracks all over the world, in 1870 over 200,000, and in 1900 to 790,000 kilometers. Sea routes began to be served by large ships driven by steam engines and internal combustion engines. During the 19th century, the capitalist mode of production spread rapidly across the globe. At the beginning of the 70s, the oldest bourgeois country, England, produced more fabrics, smelted more iron, and produced more coal. Japan combined. England was the leader in world industrial production and had an unchallenged monopoly on the world market. By the end of the 19th century, the situation had changed dramatically. In the young capitalist countries, large-scale industry of their own has grown. In terms of industrial production, the United States of America ranked first in the world, and Germany ranked first in Europe. Despite the obstacles created by the thoroughly rotten Tsarist regime, Russia moved rapidly along the path of industrial development. As a result of the industrial growth of the young capitalist countries, Britain lost its industrial primacy and monopoly position on the world market. In the course of the transition to imperialism, the contradictions between the productive forces and the relations of production of capitalism began to assume ever sharper forms. The subordination of production to the predatory goals of the capitalists' pursuit of the highest profit has created numerous obstacles to the development of productive forces and technical progress. Economic crises of overproduction began to recur more frequently, their destructive power increased, and the army of the unemployed grew. Along with the increase in poverty and destitution of the toiling masses of town and country, there was an unprecedented increase in the wealth concentrated in the hands of a handful of exploiters. The sharpening of the irreconcilable class contradictions between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat led to the intensification of the economic and political struggle of the working class. In the period of transition to imperialism, the major capitalist powers of Europe and America seized vast colonial possessions by force and deception. A small handful of capitalistically developed countries have turned the majority of the world's population into colonial slaves, hating their oppressors and fighting them. Colonial conquests have enormously expanded the field of capitalist exploitation. The degree of exploitation of the toiling masses steadily increased. The extreme sharpening of the contradictions of capitalism has found expression in the devastating imperialist wars, which have claimed many human lives and destroyed enormous material values. The historical merit of the Marxist study of imperialism is the highest and at the same time the last stage in the development of capitalism, as the eve of the socialist revolution of the proletariat, belongs to V.I. Lenin. In his classic work Imperialism is the Highest Stage of Capitalism and in a number of other works, written mainly during the First World War, Lenin summed up the development of world capitalism in the half-century that had elapsed since the publication of Marx's Capital. Basing himself on the laws of the origin, development, and decline of capitalism discovered by Marx and Engels, Lenin gave an exhaustive scientific analysis of the economic and political essence of imperialism, its laws and insoluble contradictions. According to Lenin's classical definition, the main economic features of imperialism are 1. The concentration of production and capital, which has reached such a high stage of development that it has created monopolies that play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merger of bank capital with industrial capital and the creation, on the basis of this finance capital, of a financial oligarchy. 3. The export of capital, in contrast to the export of goods, becomes particularly important. 4. International monopolistic unions of capitalists are formed, dividing the world. And 5. The territorial division of the earth by the major capitalist powers is completed. 6969 v. I. Lenin, Imperialism is the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Works, Volume 22, page 253. Concentration of production and monopoly. Monopolies and competition. In the pre-monopoly period, under the rule of free competition, the operation of the law of concentration and centralization of capital inevitably led to the victory of large enterprises, in comparison with which small and medium-sized enterprises play an increasingly subordinate role. In turn, the concentration of production prepared the way for the transition from the domination of free competition to the domination of monopolies. In Germany, enterprises with more than 50 employees accounted for 22% of all workers and employees in 1882, 30% in 1895, 37% in 1907, 47.2% in 1925, and 49.9% in 1939. Share of the largest enterprises, with more than 1,000 employees, in the whole industry, it grew from 1907 to 1925. In terms of the number of employees, from 9.6 to 13.3%, in terms of engine power, from 32 to 41.1%. In the United States of America, in 1904, the largest enterprises with a production value of $1 million or more accounted for 0.9% of the total number of enterprises. These enterprises employed 25.6% of the total number of workers, and they accounted for 38% of the total gross output of industry. In 1909, the largest enterprises, accounting for 1.1% of the total number of enterprises, accounted for 30.5% of all employed workers and accounted for 43.8% of the total gross industrial output. In 1939, the largest enterprises, accounting for 5.2% of the total number of enterprises, concentrated 55% of all employed workers and 67.5% of all gross industrial output. The Russian industry was characterized by a high degree of concentration. In Russia in 1879, large enterprises, with more than 100 workers, accounted for 4.4% of all enterprises and concentrated 54.8% of the total amount of production. In 1903, 76.6% of all industrial workers were already concentrated in large enterprises. And they provided the overwhelming majority of industrial output. The concentration of production occurs most rapidly in heavy industry and in new branches of industry, chemical, electrical, automobile, etc. Lagging behind in light industry, in which in all capitalist countries there are many small and medium-sized enterprises. One of the forms of concentration of production is combination, i.e., the combination in one enterprise of different types of production, which are either successive stages of processing raw materials, for example, metallurgical plants that combine ore mining, iron and steel smelting, and the production of rolled products, or play an auxiliary role in relation to one another, for example, the use of production waste. Combining gives large enterprises an even greater advantage in the competition. At a certain stage of its development, the concentration of production brings it very close to monopoly. Large enterprises require huge amounts of profit in order to withstand fierce competition with similar giants and to be able to further expand production, and high profits are ensured only by monopolistic domination of the market. On the other hand, it is easier for a few dozen giant enterprises to come to an agreement among themselves than for hundreds and thousands of small enterprises. Thus, free competition is replaced by monopoly. This is the economic essence of imperialism. A monopoly is an agreement, alliance, or association of capitalists who concentrate in their hands the production and sale of a large part of the output of one or more branches in order to set high prices for commodities and obtain monopolistically high profits. The simplest forms of monopoly are short-term sales price agreements. They go by various names: conventions, corners, rings, etc. The more developed forms of monopoly are cartels, syndicates, trusts, and concerns. A cartel is a monopolistic union, the members of which agree on the terms of sale, the terms of payment, divide the markets among themselves, determine the quantity of goods produced, and set prices. The quantity of goods that each cartel member is entitled to produce and sell is called a quota. a fine is paid to the cartel treasury for violating the quota. A syndicate is a monopolistic organization in which the sale of goods, and sometimes the purchase of raw materials, is carried out by a common office. A trust is a monopoly in which the ownership of all enterprises is combined, and their owners become shareholders who make a profit according to the number of shares or shares they own. At the head of the trust is a board which directs all production, sales and finances of formerly independent enterprises. Trusts are often part of larger alliances, concerns. A concern is an association of a number of enterprises in various branches of industry, trading firms, banks, transport and insurance companies on the basis of a common financial dependence on a definite group of the largest capitalists. Monopolies occupy the commanding heights in the economies of the capitalist countries. They embraced heavy industry, as well as many branches of light industry, railway and water transport, banks, domestic and foreign trade, and established their own oppression over agriculture. The iron and steel industry of the United States of America is dominated by 8 monopolies, which in 1952 controlled 84% of the country's total steel production capacity. Of these, the 2 largest, the American Steel Trust and the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, had 51% of the total production capacity. The oldest monopoly in the United States is the Standard Oil Trust. In the auto industry, 3 firms are crucial: General Motors, Ford, and Chrysler. The electrical industry is dominated by 2 firms, General Electric and Westinghouse. The chemical industry is controlled by the DuPont de Nemours concern, and the aluminium industry is controlled by the Mellon concern. In England, the role of monopolistic associations increased especially after the First World War, when cartel associations arose in the textile and coal industries, in the iron and steel industry, and in a number of new branches of industry. The English Chemical Trust controls about 9/10 of all basic chemical production, about 2/5 of all dyestuff production, and nearly all nitrogen production in the country. It is closely connected with the most important branches of British industry and especially with the war concerns. In Germany, cartels have become widespread since the end of the last century. During the period between the 2 world wars, the country's economy was dominated by the steel Trust, Vereinigte Stahlwerk, which had about 200,000 workers and employees, the Chemical Trust, Interessengemeinschaft Farbenindustrie, with 100,000 workers and employees, the monopolies of the coal industry, and the Cannon concern Krupp, electrical concerns General Electricity Company, and Siemens. In France, in Japan, and even in such small countries as Belgium, Sweden, and Switzerland, monopolistic organizations occupy the commanding heights of industry. In Russia, the large monopolies embraced primarily the principal branches of heavy industry. Founded in 1902, the Prodomet Syndicate, an association for the sale of products of metallurgical enterprises, controlled the sale of more than 4/5 of ferrous metal. In 1904, the Prodwagen Syndicate was organized, which almost completely monopolized the production and sale of wagons. The same syndicate united locomotive factories. The Produbel Syndicate was established in 1904 by the largest coal enterprises of Donbass, owned by Franco-Belgian capital. It covered 3/4 of all coal production in the Donbass. Bourgeois economists, trying to embellish modern capitalism, assert that the spread of monopolies leads to the cure of the bourgeois system of such evils as competition, anarchy of production, and crises. As a matter of fact, imperialism not only fails to eliminate competition, the anarchy of production and crises, but it further exacerbates all the contradictions of capitalism. Lenin pointed out that imperialism could not reconstruct capitalism from the bottom to the top. With the dominant role of the monopolies in all capitalist countries, numerous medium and small enterprises and masses of small producers, peasants and artisans, remain. The monopoly created in certain branches of industry intensifies the chaotic nature of capitalist production as a whole. Competition is not only not being abolished, but is taking on even more acute forms. First, competition does not stop within monopolies. Members of syndicates and cartels compete among themselves for the most profitable markets, for a larger share, quota, of production and sales. In trusts and concerns, there is a struggle for leading positions, for controlling shares, for the distribution of profits. Secondly, competition is between monopolies, both between monopolies of the same industry and between monopolies of different industries that supply each other with goods, e.g., steel and automobile trusts, or produce goods that can replace each other, coal, oil, electricity. Under conditions of the limited capacity of the domestic market, monopolies producing consumer goods are engaged in a fierce struggle for the sale of their goods. Thirdly, competition takes place between monopolies and non-monopolized enterprises. Monopolized industries find themselves in a privileged position in relation to other industries. The monopolies take all measures to stifle extraneous and wild enterprises which are not members of monopolistic associations. Monopolies, growing out of free competition, do not eliminate it, but exist above it and next to it, thus generating a number of particularly sharp and steep Contradictions, frictions, conflicts. 70. The dominance of monopolies gives competition a particularly destructive and predatory character. Monopolies use all possible methods of direct violence, bribery and blackmail, and resort to complex financial fraud. The domination of the monopolies means a further deepening of the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation, as a result of which the crises become even more devastating. Concentration and monopolies in banking. New role of banks. The real power and significance of modern monopolies cannot be fully understood without taking into account the role of banks. In banking, as in industry, there is a concentration of capital and a transition from free competition to monopoly. Initially, banks served mainly as intermediaries in payments. With the development of capitalism, the activity of banks as merchants of capital expanded. The accumulation of capital and the concentration of production in industry led to the concentration of huge free funds in banks, looking for profitable applications. The share of large banks in the total mass of bank turnover has steadily increased. In the 33 years leading up to the First World War, 18,801,913 deposits in the banking systems of the four largest capitalist states, the United States of America, Germany, England, and France, alone increased by 127 billion marks. Since then, the growth of deposits has been even faster, in a 70 volts. Lenin, Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, Works, Volume 22, page 253. Period twice as short. From 1913 to 1928 deposits in these countries have increased by 183 billion marks. In the United States of America, the top 20 banks accounted for 15% of total deposits in all U.S. banks in 1900, 19% in 1929, 27% in 1939, and 29% in 1952. In England, the sum of the balance sheets of the five largest banks was 28% in 1900, 37% in 1916, 73% in 1929, and 79% in 1952 of the total balance sheets of all English deposit banks. In France, 6 deposit banks accounted for 66% of total deposits in all French banks in 1952. In Germany, on the eve of the First World War, about half of the amount of deposits available in all German banks was concentrated in large Berlin banks, and in 1929 to 1932, two-thirds. Concentration in banking, as well as in industry, leads to monopoly. The largest banks, by buying up shares, granting credit, etc., subjugate the small ones. Having seized a monopoly position, the big banks conclude agreements among themselves on the division of spheres of influence. Monopolistic unions of banks are formed. Each such union commands dozens, sometimes hundreds, of smaller banks, which in effect become branches of the larger ones. Through a developed network of branches, large banks collect funds from many enterprises in their cash desks. Almost all the money capital of the capitalist class and the savings of other strata of the population fall into the hands of small groups of banking tycoons. The concentration of industry and the formation of banking monopolies lead to a significant change in the relationship between banks and industry. With the increase in the size of enterprises, large long-term loans granted by banks to industrial capitalists become more and more important. The growth of the number of deposits at the disposal of banks opens up wide opportunities for such long-term investment of bank funds in industry. The most common form of placing bank funds in industry is the purchase of shares in certain enterprises. Banks promote the formation of the enterprises of individual capitalists into joint stock companies and the creation of new joint stock companies, founding. The sale and purchase of shares is increasingly carried out through banks. From humble intermediaries, banks are turning into all-powerful monopolists of the money market. The interests of banks and industrial enterprises are becoming more and more closely intertwined. When a bank finances several large enterprises in a particular industry, it is interested in a monopolistic agreement between them and promotes such an agreement. In this way, the banks strengthen and accelerate the process of concentration of capital and the formation of monopolies many times over. Financial capital and financial oligarchy. As a result of the fact that banks become co-owners of industrial, commercial, and transport enterprises by purchasing their shares in bonds, and industrial monopolies, in turn, own shares in banks associated with them, there is an interweaving of monopolistic banking and industrial capital, and a new type of capital arises, finance capital. Finance capital is the combined capital of the banking and industrial monopolies. The epoch of imperialism is the epoch of finance capital. In defining finance capital, Lenin emphasized 3 crucial points: concentration of production, the monopolies that grow out of it. The merger or merging of banks with industry is the history of the origin of finance capital and the content of this concept. 71. The coalescence of banking capital with industrial capital is clearly manifested in the personal union of the leaders of 71 v. Lenin, Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, Works, Volume 22. Page 214. The banking and industrial monopolies. The same persons had the largest monopolistic associations in banking, industry, commerce, and other branches of capitalist economy. In Germany before the First World War, the 6 largest banks in Berlin had protégés as directors of 344 industrial enterprises and as board members in 407 more, for a total of 751 companies. On the other hand, the governing bodies of these 6 banks included 51 major industrialists. Subsequently, this personal union was further developed. In 1932, the governing bodies of Berlin's 3 major banks included 70 of the largest representatives of industry. In the United States of America in 1950, a small group of 400 industrialists and bankers held 1/3 of the 3,705 directorships in the 250 largest corporations, joint stock companies, which owned 42% of the country's total capital. In every capitalist country, small groups of the largest bankers and monopolistic industrialists hold in their hands all the vital branches of the economy, disposing of the overwhelming mass of social wealth. The domination of capitalist monopolies inevitably becomes the domination of the financial oligarchy. The Greek word oligarchy literally means the rule of the few. Imperialism is characterized by the omnipotence of monopolistic trusts and syndicates, banks and financial oligarchies in the industrial countries. The domination of the financial oligarchy in the economic sphere is exercised primarily through the so-called participatory system. It consists in the fact that a large financial businessman or a group of businessmen holds in his hands the main joint stock company, the mother company, which heads the concern. This company, in turn, owns controlling stakes and dominates its dependent subsidiaries. Through this system, the financial tycoons are able to dispose of huge sums of other people's capital. The 8 largest financial groups in the United States: Morgan, Rockefeller, Kuhn Loeb, Mellon, DuPont, Chicago, Cleveland, and Boston, dominate the entire economy through a wide-ranging system of participation. Morgan's sphere of influence by 1948 included banks and corporations with a total capital of $55 billion, Rockefeller $26.7 billion, DuPont $6.5 billion, Mellon $6 billion. The financial oligarchy, which enjoys a virtual monopoly, receives enormous and ever-growing masses of profits from its founding, i.e., the creation of joint stock companies, from the issue of shares and bonds, from the placement of state loans, and from lucrative state orders. Financial capital, concentrated in a few hands, collects an ever-increasing tribute from society. Export of capital. For pre-monopoly capitalism, with the domination of free competition, the export of commodities was typical. For imperialist capitalism, with the domination of monopolies, the export of capital has become typical. At the turn of the XX century, in the richest countries, where capital accumulation had reached enormous proportions, there was a huge surplus of capital. Capital is surplus mainly for 2 reasons. In the first place, the miserable standard of living of the masses puts obstacles in the way of the further growth of production. Secondly, agriculture is lagging behind industry in the uneven development of various sectors of the economy in general. If capitalism could raise agriculture, raise the standard of living of the working masses, there could be no question of a surplus of capital. But then capitalism would not be capitalism, for both the unevenness of development and the half-starved standard of living of the masses of the population are the fundamental conditions and prerequisites of this mode of production. The surplus of capital in the capitalistically developed countries is thus relative. The necessity of exporting capital is created by the fact that in a few countries capitalism is overripe, and capital lacks. In view of the underdevelopment of agriculture and the poverty of the masses, the field of profitable premises. 72. In pursuit of maximum profits, surplus capital rushes abroad. Capital is exported mainly to backward countries, where capital is scarce, wages are low, raw materials are cheap, and the price of land is comparatively low. In these countries, monopoly capital has the opportunity to make and does receive enormous profits. Along with the backward countries, capital is also exported to the industrialized countries. This takes place in a period of particularly rapid development of such countries, which necessitates an influx of capital from outside, for example, the United States before the First World War, or in a situation of their weakening caused by the war, Germany after the First World War, the Western European capitalist countries after the Second World War. The export of capital takes place in 2 principal forms: in the form of loan capital and in the form of productive capital. The export of loan capital takes place when loans are granted to governments, cities, and banks of other countries. The export of productive capital is carried out through the creation of industrial enterprises abroad, concessions, the construction of railways, and the purchase for a pittance of existing enterprises in weakened countries, for example, as a result of war. Bourgeois economists and politicians portray the export of capital as aid and beneficence allegedly rendered by the developed capitalist countries to backward peoples. As a matter of fact, the export of capital, while accelerating the 72 volts I Lenin, Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, Works, Volume 22, page 229. Development of capitalist relations in the backward countries, at the same time leads to the all-round enslavement and plundering of these countries by foreign monopolies. The export of capital is closely connected with the growth of the export of goods. Foreign monopolies seize markets and sources of raw materials in debtor countries. Thus, the export of capital is one of the foundations of the system of imperialist oppression, in which a few rich usurer countries exploit most of the world. The world is divided into a handful of usurer states and a vast majority of debtor states. The export of capital has serious consequences for the countries that export capital. On the one hand, these countries are multiplying their wealth and strengthening their positions in the world market. They receive a constant influx of surplus value from the outside in the form of interest on loans or profits from foreign enterprises. On the other hand, there is often stagnation in the country's own industrial development as it exports capital. One of the important results of the export of capital is the growth of rivalry between the powers and the struggle for the most profitable spheres of capital investment. Before the First World War, the main countries exporting capital were England, France, and Germany. Their capital investments abroad amounted to 175 to 200 billion francs. England, 75–100 billion, France, 60 billion, Germany, 44 billion francs. The export of capital from the United States has not yet played a major role, amounting to less than 10 billion francs. After the war of 1914 to 1918, there have been major changes in world capital exports. Germany lost its capital abroad. Foreign capital investments from England and France decreased significantly, and the export of capital from the United States increased greatly. In 1929, the United States almost equaled England in terms of the size of its foreign investments. After the Second World War, the export of capital from the United States increased even more. The economic division of the world. Between the capitalist unions, international monopolies. With the growth of the export of capital, with the expansion of foreign connections and the spheres of influence of the largest monopolies, conditions are created for the division of the world market among them. International monopolies are being formed. International monopolies are agreements between the largest monopolies of different countries on the division of markets, price policy, and the size of production. The formation of international monopolies signifies a new stage of concentration of production and capital, incomparably higher than the previous ones. The advocates of the international monopolies try to present them as an instrument of peace, asserting that the international agreements of the monopolists can peacefully settle the contradictions that arise between the imperialist groups and countries. Such statements have nothing to do with reality. In fact, the economic division of the world by international monopolies depends on the power of the parties, while the strength of individual monopolistic groups changes. Each of them is incessantly struggling to increase its share, to expand the sphere of monopoly exploitation. Changes in the balance of power inevitably entail an intensification of the struggle for the redistribution of markets and an aggravation of contradictions between various groups and the states that support them. The international agreements of the monopolists are fragile and fraught with the source of inevitable clashes. International monopolies began to emerge in the 60s to 80s of the 19th century. By the end of the last century, their total number did not exceed 40. On the eve of the First World War, there were about 100 international cartels in the whole world, and before the Second World War, their number exceeded 300. Even before the First World War, the oil market was effectively divided between the American Standard Oil Trust, which was in the hands of Rockefeller, and the Royal Dutch Shell concern, with the predominant influence of British capital. The market for electrical products was divided between two monopolistic firms, the German General Electric Company and the American General Electric Corporation, controlled by the Morgan Group. International monopolistic agreements have even covered areas such as arms production. The largest armament manufacturers, Armstrong-Vickers in England, Schneider-Krauss in France, Krupp in Germany, Bofors in Sweden, have been connected by many threads for a long time. International monopolies played a major role in the preparation of World War II. The major monopolies of the United States, Great Britain, and France, bound by cartel agreements with the German trusts, inspired and directed the policy of the ruling circles of these countries, the policy of encouraging and inciting Hitlerite aggression, which led to war. Completion of the territorial division of the world between the great powers and the struggle for its redivision. Side by side with the economic division of the world between the capitalist unions and in connection with it, there is a territorial division of the world among the bourgeois states, a struggle for colonies, a struggle for the seizure of foreign lands. Colonies are countries that have been deprived of state independence and are part of the possessions of the imperialist metropolitan states. In the epoch of imperialism, there are also various types of dependent countries, semi-colonies. Semi-colonies are countries that are formally independent, but in fact are politically and economically dependent on the imperialist states. The defenders of the bourgeoisie portray the imperialist domination of the colonies as a civilizing mission with the alleged aim of leading the backward peoples to the path of progress and independent development. As a matter of fact, imperialism condemns the colonial and dependent countries to economic backwardness, and hundreds of millions of the population of these countries to unprecedented oppression and bondage, lawlessness and poverty, hunger and ignorance. The seizure of colonies by the imperialist powers is leading to an unprecedented intensification of national oppression and racial discrimination. According to Lenin's characterization, capitalism was transformed from the liberator of nations, as it was in the period of the struggle against feudalism, into a monstrous oppressor of nations at the stage of imperialism. Imperialism is a worldwide system of financial enslavement and colonial oppression by a handful of capitalistically developed countries of the vast majority of the world's population. Even in the middle of the 18th century, England enslaved India, a country with the richest natural resources and a population that is many times larger than the population of the metropolis. In the mid-19th century, the United States of America seized vast territories from neighboring Mexico, and in the following decades established its dominance over a number of Latin American countries. In the 60s and 70s, the colonial possessions of European countries still occupied a relatively small part of the overseas lands. In 1876, only 1/10 of Africa was occupied by European colonies. About half of the Asian continent and the islands of the Pacific Ocean, Polynesia, have not yet been seized by the capitalist states. In the last quarter of the 19th century, the world map underwent fundamental changes. Following the oldest colonial power, Britain, all the developed capitalist countries entered the path of territorial conquest. By the end of the 19th century, France had become a major colonial power with an area of 3.7 million square miles. Germany captured 1 million square miles of territory with 14.7 million inhabitants, Belgium minus 900,000 square miles with 30 million inhabitants, the United States captured the most important stronghold in the Pacific, the Philippine Islands, as well as Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, Hawaii, and the island of Samoa, and established its de facto domination over a number of countries in Central and South America. From 1876 to 1914, the so-called Great Powers seized about 25 million square kilometers of territory, which is 1.5 times the area of the metropolises. A number of countries were placed in conditions of semi-colonial dependence on the imperialist states. China, with a population of almost 1/4 of all mankind, as well as Turkey and Persia, Iran. By the beginning of the First World War, more than half of humanity was under the rule of colonial powers. The imperialists establish and maintain their authority over the colonies by means of deception and violence, using the superiority of their military technology. The history of colonial policy is an uninterrupted chain of wars of conquest and punitive expeditions against enslaved peoples, as well as bloody conflicts between the countries that possess colonies. Lenin called the War of the United States against Spain in 1898 the first war of the imperialist type, which marked the beginning of the epic of imperialist wars. The rebellion of the Filipino people against the invaders was brutally suppressed by American troops. England, which created the largest colonial empire, for more than 2 centuries waged continuous wars of extermination against the populations of the conquered countries of Asia and Africa. The history of colonial conquests by Germany, France, Japan, Italy and other countries is full of cruelties. By the beginning of the XX century, the division of the world was complete. The colonial policy of the capitalist countries has led to the seizure of all land not occupied by the imperialists. There is no longer any free land left, and a situation has been created in which each new seizure presupposes the seizure of territory from its owner. The completion of the division of the world put on the agenda the struggle for its redivision. The struggle for the redivision of an already divided world is one of the main distinguishing features of monopoly capitalism. This struggle ultimately results in a struggle for world domination and inevitably leads to imperialist wars on a world scale. Imperialist wars and the arms race are causing enormous hardships to the peoples of all capitalist countries and are costing millions of human lives. At the same time, wars and the militarization of the economy are a source of income for monopolies, giving them particularly high profits. The basic economic law of monopoly capitalism. As has already been said, the economic essence of imperialism consists in the substitution of monopolies for free competition. In fixing monopoly prices, monopolies aim at obtaining monopolistically high profits, which are significantly higher than average profits, in Lenin's definition. The acquisition of monopolistically high profits by the monopolies stems from the very essence of imperialism and is ensured by the unprecedented intensification of exploitation by the monopolies of the working class, the robbery of the peasantry and other small commodity producers, the export of capital to backward countries and the sucking of all the vital juices out of these countries, colonial seizures, imperialist wars, which are a gold mine for the monopolies. In Lenin's works, devoted to the disclosure of the economic and political essence of imperialism, the basic principles of the basic economic law of modern capitalism are given. On the basis of Lenin's premise, Stalin formulated the basic economic law of modern capitalism. The main features and requirements of the basic economic law of monopoly capitalism are as follows. Ensuring the maximum capitalist profit by exploiting, ruining and impoverishing the majority of the population of a given country, by enslaving and systematically robbing the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and finally by wars and militarization of the national economy, used to ensure the highest profits. 73. Thus, the basic economic law of capitalism, the law of surplus value, is further developed and concretized in the period of imperialism. Whereas under pre-monopoly capitalism the dominance of free competition led to the equalization of the rate of profit of individual capitalists, under imperialism the monopolies secure for themselves monopolistically high, maximum profits. It is the maximum profit that is the engine of monopoly capitalism. The objective conditions for obtaining maximum profits are created by the establishment of the domination of monopolies in various branches of production. At the stage of imperialism, the concentration and centralization of capital reach their highest degree. As a result, the expansion of production requires huge capital investments. On the other hand, in the period of monopoly capitalism there is a fierce competition between gigantic enterprises. In this struggle, the strongest monopolies, which have the largest capital and receive the maximum profits, win. At the expense of maximum profits, the monopolies are able to carry out expanded reproduction and ensure their domination in the capitalist world. The monopoly's pursuit of maximum profit leads to an extreme aggravation of all the contradictions of capitalism. The general basis of the maximum profit of the capitalist monopolies, as of all capitalist profit, is the surplus value 73J. V. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, page 38. Squeezed out of the workers by exploiting them in the process of production. The exploitation of the working class is increased to an extreme degree by the monopolies. Through the use of all sorts of sweatshop systems of organization and remuneration of labor, a continuous, exhausting intensification of labor is achieved, which means, first of all, an enormous increase in the rate and mass of surplus value squeezed out of the workers. Further, the intensification of labor leads to the fact that many workers become superfluous and fall into the ranks of the army of the unemployed, without any hope of returning to the process of production. All workers for whom the excessive acceleration of production processes is unbearable are also thrown out of the enterprises. In the USA, the rate of surplus value in the mining and manufacturing industries, calculated on the basis of official data, was 145% in 1889, 165 in 1919, 210 in 1929, and 220% in 1939. Thus, over 40 years the rate of surplus value has increased greater than 1/2 times. At the same time, real wages have been steadily declining as a result of the rising cost of living. Rising subsistence prices, the increasing burden of taxation, and inflation further reduce the real earnings of the worker. In the epoch of imperialism, the gap between the earnings of the worker and the value of his labor power increases enormously. This means an even sharper action of the general law of capitalist accumulation, which determines the relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. The growth of the exploitation of the working class in the process of production is complemented by the robbery of the workers as consumers. Workers have to overpay large sums to monopolies that charge high monopoly prices for the goods they produce and sell. Under monopoly capitalism, the commodities produced by the monopolies are no longer sold at production prices, but at much higher monopoly prices. The monopoly price is equal to the cost of production plus a maximum profit well above the average rate of profit. The monopoly price is higher than the price of production and, as a rule, exceeds the value of the commodities. At the same time, the monopoly price, as Marx pointed out, cannot abolish the limits determined by the value of commodities. A high level of monopoly prices does not change the total amount of value and surplus value produced in the world capitalist economy. What the monopolies gain, the workers, small producers, and the population of the dependent countries lose. One of the sources of maximum profit that monopolies receive is the redistribution of surplus value, as a result of which non-monopoly enterprises often do not earn even average profits. By keeping prices high above the value of goods, monopolies appropriate the results of the increase in labor productivity and the reduction of production costs. In this way, they impose an ever-increasing tribute on the population. An important instrument of monopolistic price inflation is the customs policy of the bourgeois states. In the era of free competition, it was mainly weaker countries that resorted to high customs duties, whose industries needed to be protected from foreign competition. In the epoch of imperialism, on the contrary, high tariffs serve the monopolies as a means of attack, of struggle to seize new markets. High tariffs help maintain monopoly prices within the country. In order to conquer new foreign markets, monopolies widely use dumping goods abroad at bargain prices, well below the prices of the domestic market, and often even below the cost of production. The expansion of sales abroad by way of dumping makes it possible to maintain high prices at home without reducing production, and the losses caused by waste exports are covered by higher prices in the domestic market. Once this foreign market has been conquered and secured to the monopolies, they proceed to sell commodities at high monopoly prices. The exploitation of the bulk of the peasantry by monopolies is expressed primarily in the fact that the dominance of monopolies gives rise to a growing discrepancy between the level of prices for agricultural products and industrial goods, the so-called price scissors. While selling goods at artificially inflated prices, the monopolies at the same time buy up the peasants have the products of their farms at extremely low prices. Being a tool for pumping funds out of agriculture, monopoly prices retard its development. One of the strongest levers for the ruin of peasant farms is the development of mortgage credit. Monopolies entangle peasants in debt and then appropriate their land and property for next to nothing. Monopolies' purchase of farm products at extremely low prices does not mean that the urban consumer uses cheap food products. Between the peasant and the urban consumer there are intermediaries, merchants united in monopolistic organizations that ruin the peasants and rob urban consumers. Capitalism, wrote M. Thorez in the work The Policy of the Communist Party in the Countryside, has succeeded in turning small peasant property, parcels on which the peasants sometimes work 14 to 16 hours a day, not into a means of subsistence and prosperity for the working peasants, but into an instrument of their exploitation and enslavement. Through mortgages, through the machinations of financial pirates, through high taxes and levies, high rents, and especially through competition on the part of large capitalist landowners, the bourgeoisie is ruining the middle and small peasants. Further, the source of the monopolies' maximum profits is the enslavement and plunder of economically backward and dependent countries by the bourgeoisie of imperialist backward countries, and the transformation of a number of independent countries into dependent countries are an integral feature of monopoly capitalism. Imperialism cannot live and develop without a continuous influx of tribute from the foreign countries it plunders. The monopolies derive enormous profits primarily from their investments in colonial and dependent countries. These profits are the result of the most cruel and inhuman exploitation of the working masses of the colonial world. Monopolies make their fortunes by means of unequal exchange, i.e., by selling their goods in colonial and dependent countries at prices far above their value, and by buying up goods produced in these countries at exorbitantly low prices that do not cover their value. At the same time, the monopolies receive high profits from the colonies in transport, insurance, and banking operations. Finally, wars and the militarization of the economy are sources of profit for monopolies. Wars enrich the magnates of finance capital enormously, and in the intervals between wars the monopolies seek to maintain a high level of their profits by means of an unrestrained arms race. Wars and the militarization of the economy bring the monopolists rich military orders, paid for by the treasury at inflated prices, and an abundant flow of loans and subsidies from the state budget. Enterprises working for the war are placed in extremely favorable conditions with regard to the supply of raw materials, materials of production, and the provision of manpower. All labor laws are repealed, workers are declared mobilized, and strikes are banned. All this makes it possible for the capitalists to increase the degree of exploitation to the utmost by increasing the intensity of labor to the highest limits. At the same time, the standard of living of the working masses is steadily declining as a result of rising taxes, the high cost of living, and the rationing system for food and other basic necessities. Thus, the militarization of the capitalist economy, both in war and in peacetime, means a sharp intensification of the exploitation of the working masses in the interests of increasing the maximum profits of the monopolies. The basic economic law of modern capitalism, which determines the entire course of the development of capitalism in its imperialist stage, makes it possible to understand and explain the inevitability of growth and the aggravation of its insoluble contradictions. Brief conclusions. 1. Imperialism, or monopoly capitalism, is the highest and last stage in the development of the capitalist mode of production. The transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to monopoly capitalism took place during the last third of the 19th century. Imperialism was finally formed by the beginning of the XX century. 2. The main economic features of imperialism are as follows. 1. The concentration of production and capital, which has reached such a high stage of development that it has created monopolies that play a decisive role in economic life. 2. The merger of banking capital with industrial capital and the formation of finance capital, a financial oligarchy, on this basis. 3. The export of capital, as distinct from the export of commodities, is of particular importance. 4. International monopolistic unions of capitalists are formed, dividing the world among themselves. 5. the territorial division of the land by the major imperialist powers has been completed. The completion of the economic division of the world leads to a struggle for its redivision, which inevitably gives rise to imperialist wars on a world scale. 3. The basic economic law of monopoly capitalism is to secure the maximum capitalist profit by exploiting, ruining country, by enslaving and systematically plundering the peoples of other countries, especially backward countries, and, finally, by means of wars and the militarization of the national economy. Chapter 18. The Colonial System of Imperialism. The role of the colonies in the period of imperialism. Colonial conquests, the desire to form large empires by subjugating weaker countries and peoples, existed even before the epoch of imperialism and even before the emergence of capitalism. But, as Lenin showed, in the period of imperialism the role and importance of the colonies changed substantially, not only in comparison with the pre-capitalist epochs, but also in comparison with the period of pre-monopoly capitalism. To the old methods of colonial policy is added the struggle of the monopolists for the sources of raw materials, for the export of capital, for spheres of influence, and for economic and military strategic territories. As has been shown, the enslavement and systematic robbery of the peoples of other countries, especially the backward countries, and the transformation of a number of independent countries into dependent countries, is one of the main features of the basic economic law of modern capitalism. In the course of its spread throughout the world, capitalism has given rise to a tendency towards the economic rapprochement of individual countries, towards the abolition of national isolation and the gradual unification of vast territories into one coherent whole. The only way in which monopoly capitalism achieves the gradual economic unification of vast territories is through the enslavement of colonies and dependent countries by the imperialist powers. This unification takes place through the creation of colonial empires based on the ruthless oppression and exploitation of colonial and dependent countries by the metropolises. In the period of imperialism, the formation of the capitalist system of world economy, which is built on relations of dependence, on relations of domination and subordination, is completed. The imperialist countries, by means of intensified export of capital, expansion of spheres of influence, and colonial conquests, have brought the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries under their domination. Capitalism has developed into a world system of colonial oppression and financial strangulation by a handful of advanced countries of the vast majority of the world's population. 74. In this way, the individual national economies became links in a single chain called the world economy. At the same time, the population of the globe has split into two camps: a small group of imperialist countries, which exploit and oppress the colonial and dependent countries, and the overwhelming majority of the colonial and dependent countries, whose peoples are fighting for liberation from the yoke of imperialism. At the monopolistic stage of capitalism, the colonial system of imperialism took shape. The colonial system of imperialism is the totality of the colonies and dependent countries oppressed and enslaved by the imperialist states. Colonial plunder and seizure, imperialist tyranny and violence, colonial slavery, national oppression and lack of rights, and, finally, the struggle of the imperialist powers among themselves for domination over the peoples of the colonial countries. Such were the forms in which the process of creating the colonial system of imperialism took place. By seizing and plundering colonies, the imperialist states seek to overcome the growing contradictions within their own countries. The high profits extracted from the colonies enable the bourgeoisie to bribe the upper echelons of the 74v. I. Lenin, Imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism, Works, Volume 22, page 179. Skilled workers, who, in the interests of the bourgeoisie, are trying to disintegrate the working class movement. At the same time, the exploitation of the colonies leads to an aggravation of the contradictions of the capitalist system as a whole. Colonies as agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolises. In the epoch of imperialism, the colonies are, first of all, the most reliable and profitable field for the investment of capital. In the colonies, the financial oligarchy of the imperialist countries enjoys an undivided monopoly on the investment of capital, receiving particularly high profits. Penetrating into the backward countries, finance capital disintegrates the pre-capitalist forms of economy, small handicrafts, semi-natural small peasant farming, and brings about the development of capitalist relations. For the purpose of exploiting the colonial and dependent countries, the imperialists are building railways on their territory and creating industrial enterprises for the extraction of raw materials. At the same time, however, imperialist management of the colonies retards the growth of the productive forces and deprives these countries of the conditions necessary for their independent economic development. The imperialists are interested in the economic backwardness of the colonies, because this backwardness makes it easier for them to retain power over the dependent countries and to intensify the exploitation of these countries. Even where industry is relatively more developed, such as India and some Latin American countries, only the mining industry and some light industries, such as cotton, leather, and food, are developing. Heavy industry, which is the basis of the country's economic independence, is extremely weak. Mechanical engineering is almost non-existent. The dominant monopolies take special measures to prevent the creation of the production of instruments of production. They refuse to grant credits to colonies and dependent countries for this purpose, and they do not sell the necessary equipment and patents. The colonial dependence of backward countries hinders their industrialization. In 1920, China's share in world coal production was 1.7%, in pig iron smelting 0.8%, and in copper production 0.03%. In India, per capita steel production on the eve of the Second World War, 1938, was 2.7 kilograms per year, compared to 222 kilograms in Great Britain. In 1946, the whole of Africa had only 1.5% of the fuel and electricity produced in the capitalist world. Even the textile industry in the colonial and dependent countries is underdeveloped and backward. In India in 1947 there were about 10 million spindles against 34.5 million spindles in England, whose population is 8 times less than that of India. In Latin America in 1945 there were 4.4 million spindles compared to 23.1 million spindles in the United States. Deprived of the conditions for independent industrial development, the colonies and semi-colonies remain agrarian countries. The majority of the population of these countries derives from agriculture, which is constrained by semi-feudal relations. Stagnation and degradation of agriculture retard the growth of the domestic market. The monopolies that dominate in the colonies permit the development of only those branches of production which ensure the supply of raw materials and foodstuffs to the mother countries. These are the extraction of minerals, the cultivation of cash crops and their primary processing. As a consequence, the economies of the colonies and semi-colonies become extremely lopsided. Imperialism transforms the enslaved countries into agrarian and raw material appendages to the metropolises. The economies of many dependent countries are specialized in the production of one or two products that are entirely exported. Thus, in the period after the Second World War, oil accounted for 97% of Venezuela's exports, tin ore 70% of Bolivia's exports, coffee about 58% of Brazil's exports, sugar over 80% of Cuba's exports, rubber and tin over 70% of Malaya's exports, rubber and tea 80% of Ceylon's exports, cotton about 80% of Egypt's exports, coffee and cotton 60% of Kenya's and Uganda's exports, and copper about 85% of Northern Rhodesia's exports. Cocoa accounts for about 50% of the export of the Gold Coast, Africa. The one-sided development of agriculture, the so-called monoculture, leaves entire countries completely at the mercy of monopolists, the buyers of raw materials. In connection with the transformation of the colonies into agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolises, the role of the colonies as sources of cheap raw materials for the imperialist states is enormously increasing. The more highly developed capitalism is, the more severe is the shortage of raw materials, the more intense is competition in the pursuit of sources of raw materials throughout the world, and the more desperate is the struggle for the acquisition of colonies. Under monopoly capitalism, when industry consumes vast quantities of coal, oil, cotton, iron ore, non-ferrous metals, rubber, etc., no monopoly can consider itself secure unless it has constant sources of raw materials in its hands. From the colonies and dependent countries, the monopolies obtain the vast quantities of raw materials they need at low prices. Monopolistic possession of sources of raw materials gives decisive advantages in the competitive struggle. The seizure of sources of cheap raw materials allows industrial monopolies to dictate monopoly prices on the world market and to sell their products at inflated prices. A number of the most important raw materials are obtained by the imperialist powers exclusively or for the most part from colonies and semi-colonies. For example, in the period after World War II, the colonial and dependent countries supplied almost all of the natural rubber consumed in the capitalist world, almost all tin, 100% of jute, 50% of oil, and a number of important foodstuffs, cane sugar, cocoa, coffee, and tea. The sources of the various strategic raw materials necessary for the waging of war are the subject of a fierce struggle: coal, oil, iron ores, non-ferrous and rare metals, rubber, cotton, etc. For a number of decades the imperialist powers, above all the United States and Britain, have been fighting for monopoly possession of the rich sources of oil. The distribution of the world's oil reserves affects not only the economic but also the political interests and relations of the imperialist powers. In the epoch of imperialism, the importance of the colonies as markets for the metropolitan countries increased. By means of an appropriate customs policy, the imperialists protect the colonial markets from outside competition. In this way the monopolies are enabled to sell their products in the colonies at exorbitant prices, including the worst commodities which are not sold in other markets. The non-equivalence of exchange between the imperialist powers and the dependent countries is steadily growing. The monopolies engaged in trade with the colonies, the purchase of raw materials and the sale of manufactured goods receive hundreds of % of the profits. They are the true rulers of entire countries, controlling the lives and wealth of tens of millions of people. The colonies serve as a source of extremely cheap, often almost gratuitous, labor. The monstrous exploitation of the working masses ensures particularly high returns on the capital invested in the colonies and dependent countries. In addition, the mother countries import hundreds of thousands of laborers from these countries, who perform especially hard work for miserable wages. Thus, the monopolies in the United States, especially in the south of the country, expose the workers of Mexico and Puerto Rico to inhuman exploitation, the monopolies of France the Indo-Chinese workers, and so on. An idea of the amount of tribute levied by monopolies in the colonies and semi-colonies is given by the following calculations made on the basis of official data. The annual tribute received by British imperialism from India on the eve of World War II was £150 to £180 million, including interest on British investments £40 to £45 million, British government expenditures charged to India £25 to £30 million, income and salaries of British officials, military specialists in India £25–30 million, commission income of English banks £15–20 million, income from trade £25–30 million, shipping revenue is 20 to 25 million rubles. In 1948, American monopolies received revenues from dependent countries, from capital investments $1.9 billion, from transportation, insurance and other usurious operations $1.9 billion, from the sale of goods at inflated prices $177.5 billion, from the purchase of goods at low prices $1.2 billion, and in total in the form of monopolistic tribute $7.5 billion. Of this tribute, at least $2.5 billion is delivered by Latin American countries. In a situation where the world has already been divided and preparations are underway for an armed struggle for its redivision, the imperialist powers, for strategic reasons, are striving to take possession of any land, regardless of its economic significance. The imperialist sees all territories that have or may have any value as strongholds, naval or air bases. Colonies are suppliers of cannon fodder to the metropolises. In the First World War, up to 1.5 million Negro soldiers from African colonies fought on the side of France. In times of war, the mother countries shift much of their financial burdens to the colonies. A large part of the war loans are sold in the colonies. England made extensive use of the foreign exchange reserves of its colonies during the First and Second World Wars. The predatory exploitation of the colonial and dependent countries by imperialism sharpens the irreconcilable contradiction between the urgent needs of the economies of these countries and the selfish interests of the metropolises. Methods of colonial exploitation of the working masses. A characteristic feature of colonial methods of exploitation, which provide monopolistically high profits to the financial capital of the metropolises, is the combination of imperialist plunder with feudal serf forms of exploitation of the working people. The development of commodity production and the spread of monetary relations, the expropriation of land from vast masses of the indigenous population, and the destruction of small-scale handicraft production took place along with the artificial preservation of feudal vestiges and the imposition of methods of forced labor. With the development of capitalist relations, rents in kind were replaced by monetary rents, and taxes in kind by monetary taxes, which further accelerated the ruin of the peasant masses. The ruling classes in the colonies and semi-colonies are the feudal landlords and the urban and rural capitalists, kulaks. The capitalist class is divided into the comprador bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. Compradors are native intermediaries between foreign monopolies and the colonial market for goods and raw materials. The feudal landlords and the comprador bourgeoisie are vassals of foreign finance capital, the direct corrupt agents of international imperialism, which enslaves the colonies and semi-colonies. With the development of their own industry, the national bourgeoisie grows in the colonies, finding itself in a dual position. On the one hand, the oppression of foreign imperialism and feudal survivals blocks its path to economic and political domination, and on the other hand, it participates in the exploitation of the working class and the peasantry together with foreign monopolies. In the largest colonial and semi-colonial countries there are monopolistic associations of the local bourgeoisie that are dependent on foreign monopolies. Inasmuch as the national liberation struggle is aimed at overthrowing the rule of imperialism, winning the country's national independence, and eliminating the feudal survivals that hinder the development of capitalism, the national bourgeoisie participates in this struggle at a certain stage and plays a progressive role. The working class grows in the colonies and dependent countries with the development of industry and the spread of capitalist relations. Its vanguard is the industrial proletariat. A large stratum of the proletariat consists of agricultural laborers, farm laborers, workers in capitalist manufactures and small enterprises, as well as urban laborers engaged in all kinds of manual labor. The bulk of the population of the colonies and semi-colonies is the peasantry, and in most of these countries the population of the countryside consists of the overwhelming majority of landless and land-poor peasants, the poor and the middle peasants. The large urban petty bourgeoisie is represented by small merchants and artisans. The concentration of landed property in the hands of landlords and usurers is supplemented by the seizure of vast landholdings by the colonizers. In a number of colonies, imperialism established plantation farming. Plantations are large agricultural enterprises for the production of certain types of plant raw materials, cotton, rubber, jute, coffee, and so on, owned primarily by colonizers and based on low technology, slave or semi-slave labor of the disenfranchised population. In the most densely populated colonial and dependent countries, small peasant farming predominates, entangled in vestiges of feudalism and usurious bondage, China before the victory of the People's Revolution, India, Indonesia, and others. In these countries, the concentration of landed property in the hands of landlords is combined with small-scale land tenure. Large landowners lease land in small plots on indentured servitude conditions. Multi-stage parasitic sublease is widespread, in which several intermediaries are wedged between the landowner and the peasant who cultivates the land, taking away a significant share of the harvest from the farmer. Sharecropping predominates, and the peasant finds himself entirely at the mercy of the landlord, to whom he is indebted. In a number of countries there are direct forms of corvée labor. Landless peasants are obliged to work for the landlord several days a week for rent or debts. Extreme poverty forces the peasant to go into debt, into bondage, and sometimes into slavery to the usurer. It is not uncommon for a peasant to sell members of his family into slavery. Before the British rule in India, the state received part of the products produced by the peasants in the form of a tax. After the conquest of India, the British authorities transformed the former collectors of state taxes into large landowners owning estates of hundreds of thousands of hectares. About 3/4 of India's rural population has virtually no land of their own. In the form of rent, the peasant pays from 1/2 to 2/3 of the crop, and from the remaining part he is forced to pay the usurer interest on debts in kind. In Pakistan, according to data for the post-war years, 70% of the total cultivated area belongs to 50,000 large landowners. In the Middle East, 75 to 80% of the population is currently employed in agriculture. At the same time, in Egypt, 770 large landlords have more land than 2 million poor households, which make up about 75% of all farms. Of the 14.5 million people living in agriculture, 12 million are small tenants and farmhands. Rents absorb up to 4/5 of the crop. In Iran, about 2/3 of the land belongs to landlords, 1/6 to the state and the Muslim Church. The tenant receives 1 or 2/5 of the crop. In Turkey, more than 2/3 of farmers are effectively deprived of land. In Latin America, land is concentrated in the hands of large landlords and foreign monopolies. For example, in Brazil, according to the 1940 census, 51% of households had only 3.8% of the land area. In Latin American countries, the impoverished peasant is forced to take loans from the landowner, which are subject to repayment by working out. Under this system, the so-called peonage obligations pass from generation to generation and the entire family of the peasant actually becomes the property of the landowner. Marx called peonage a hidden form of slavery. A large part of the meager product of the back-breaking labor of the peasant and his family is appropriated by the exploiters. The landlord, the usurer, the buyer, the tax collector, etc. They take away the product not only of the surplus, but also of a considerable part of the necessary labor of the farmer. The income left to the peasant is in many cases insufficient even for a starving existence. Many peasant farms are ruined, and their former owners are replenishing the army of farm laborers. Agrarian overpopulation reaches enormous proportions. Crushed by landlord in usurious bondage, peasant farming is able to use only the most primitive technique, which has remained unchanged for hundreds, and in some places even thousands of years. Primitive tillage techniques lead to extreme soil depletion. Therefore, many colonies, while remaining agrarian countries, are unable to feed their populations and are forced to import foodstuffs. The agriculture of the countries enslaved by imperialism is doomed to decline and degradation. In India, with a huge agricultural overpopulation and land famine, no more than 30% of the total area suitable for cultivation is used productively. On land that was once considered the most fertile in the world, yields are exceptionally low and continuously falling. Frequent crop failures cause millions of people to starve to death. In the Middle East, irrigation systems have been neglected or destroyed. On average, no more than 9 to 10% of the land area is cultivated. Colonial oppression condemns the working class to political disenfranchisement and brutal exploitation. The cheapness of labor force causes an extremely low technical level of industrial enterprises and plantations. With low production techniques, the huge profits of the monopolies are secured by means of an exorbitantly high rate of surplus value. The working day in the colonies reaches 14 to 16 hours or more. As a rule, There is no occupational safety and security in industrial enterprises and transport. The extreme deterioration of equipment, the reluctance of entrepreneurs to spend money on repairs and safety lead to frequent accidents, from which hundreds of thousands of people die or become crippled. The absence of any social legislation condemns the worker to starvation in case of unemployment, injury at work, or occupational disease. The wages of the colonial workers are extremely low, insufficient even to meet the most urgent needs. The workers have to pay a certain share of their miserable wages to all sorts of intermediaries, contractors, foremen, overseers, who are in charge of hiring labor. The labor of women is widespread, as well as the labor of children from the age of 6 or 7, which is paid even more poorly than the labor of male workers. Most workers are entangled in a web of debt bondage. In many cases, workers live in special barracks or camps as prisoners deprived of the right to move freely. Forced labor is used on a large scale in both agriculture and industry. Extreme economic backwardness, combined with a high degree of exploitation, condemned colonial peoples to hunger, poverty, and extinction. A huge share of the material wealth created in the colonies is taken away free of charge by the largest monopolies of the imperialist states. As a result of the exploitation of the colonies and the retardation of the development of their productive forces, the national income per capita in the colonies is 10 to 15 times less than in the metropolises. The standard of living of the overwhelming majority of the population is extremely low. The mortality rate is extremely high. Famine and epidemics lead to the extinction of the population of entire areas. In the African colonies, slavery exists officially. The authorities organize raids on Negroes, the police cordon off villages and send captured people to build roads, to cotton and other plantations, etc. Debt slavery is common in India. It was also common in pre-revolutionary China. The sale of children into slavery is also common. Racial discrimination in pay prevails in the colonies. In French West Africa, skilled indigenous workers still earn 4 to 6 times less than European workers of the same specialty. In the Belgian Congo, African workers earn 5 to 10 times less than European workers in the mines. In the United States, black workers and employees earn less than half the wages paid to white workers and employees of the same qualifications, and the income of black farmers is on average half the income of white farmers in the same areas. The overexploitation of the black population in the United States gave American monopolies $4 billion in additional economic profit annually in the years after World War II. In the Union of South Africa, 65% of indigenous children die before the age of 2. The national liberation struggle of the colonial peoples. Before the epoch of imperialism, the national question embraced a few, mainly European nations, Irish, Hungarians, Poles, Finns, Serbs, and others, and did not go beyond the framework of individual multinational states. In the epoch of imperialism, when the finance capital of the metropolises enslaved the peoples of the colonial independent countries, the framework of the national question was broadened, and in the very course of events it merged with the general question of the colonies. In this way the national question was transformed from a private and domestic question into a general and international question, into a world question of the liberation of the oppressed peoples of the dependent countries and colonies from the yoke of imperialism. 75. The only way to liberate these peoples from the yoke of exploitation is through their revolutionary struggle against imperialism. Throughout the capitalist era, the peoples of the colonial countries waged a struggle against foreign oppressors, often raising rebellions, which were brutally suppressed by the colonizers. In the period of imperialism, the liberation struggle of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries assumed unprecedented dimensions. Already at the beginning of the XX century, especially after the First Russian Revolution of 1905, the working masses of the colonial and dependent countries were awakened to political life. The revolutionary movement rose up in China, Korea, Persia, and Turkey. The countries of the colonial world differ from each other in the level of economic development and in the degree to which the proletariat is formed in them. A distinction must be made between at least 3 categories of colonial and dependent countries. 1. Countries which are completely undeveloped industrially, with little or no proletariat of their own. 2. Countries which are industrially underdeveloped and have a comparatively small proletariat. And 3. Countries which are more or less capitalistically developed and have a more or less numerous proletariat. 75. This determines the peculiarities of the national liberation movement in the colonial and dependent countries. Since the population of the colonial and dependent countries is dominated by the peasantry, the national colonial question is essentially a peasant question. The general aim of the national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries is liberation from the domination of imperialism and the abolition of all feudal survivals. For this reason, every national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries directed against imperialism and feudal oppression, even if the proletariat is comparatively poorly developed in these countries, has a progressive character. The national liberation movement in the colonies and dependent countries, headed by the proletariat as the recognized leader of the broad masses of the peasantry and of all the working people, is drawing into the struggle against imperialism the vast majority of the world's population, which is oppressed by the financial oligarchy of several major capitalist powers. The interests of the proletarian movement in the capitalistically developed countries and of the national liberation movement in the colonies demand that these two types of revolutionary movement be united in a common front of struggle against the common enemy, against imperialism. Proletarian internationalism proceeds from the premise that a people cannot be free if they oppress other peoples. At the same time, as Leninism teaches, the effective support of the proletariat of the ruling nations for the liberation movement of the oppressed peoples means defending, and carrying out the slogan of the right of nations to secede into independent state existence. The growth of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of the colonies and dependent countries is undermining the foundations of imperialism and preparing its collapse. The colonial and dependent countries are transformed from the reserve of the imperialist bourgeoisie into the reserve of the revolutionary proletariat, into its ally. Brief conclusions. 1. The unrestrained exploitation of colonies and semicolonies is one of the most important conditions for the existence of modern capitalism. The maximum profits of the monopolies are inseparably linked with the exploitation of the colonies and semi-colonies as markets, sources of raw materials, spheres of investment of capital, and reservoirs of cheap labor. By destroying the pre-capitalist forms of production and bringing about the accelerated growth of capitalist relations, imperialism permits only such a development of the economy of the colonies and the dependent countries in which they are deprived of the opportunity to fight economic self-sufficiency and independence. The colonies serve as agrarian and raw material appendages of the metropolises. 2. The colonial system of imperialism is characterized by the interweaving of capitalist exploitation and plunder with various vestiges of feudal, even slave, oppression. Finance capital artificially preserves the vestiges of feudalism in the colonies and dependent countries and implants forced labor and slavery. Hard labor conditions with an extremely low level of technology, complete lack of rights, ruin and impoverishment, hunger and mass extinction are the lot of the working class and the peasantry of colonial and semi-colonial countries. 3. The intensification of colonial exploitation and oppression inevitably evokes resistance from the broadest masses of the population of the colonial and dependent countries. The national liberation movement of the enslaved peoples is drawing the overwhelming majority of the world's population into the struggle against undermining the foundations of imperialism and preparing for its collapse. Chapter 19. The historical place of imperialism. Imperialism is the last stage of capitalism. Defining the historical place of imperialism in relation to capitalism in general, Lenin wrote, "Imperialism is a special historical stage of capitalism." This peculiarity is threefold. Imperialism is 1. Monopoly capitalism, 2. Parasitic or decaying capitalism, 3. Moribund capitalism. Monopoly capitalism does not and cannot eliminate the foundations of the old capitalism. In a certain sense, it is a superstructure over the old, pre-monopoly capitalism, which is everywhere combined with pre-capitalist forms of economy. Just as there is not and cannot be pure capitalism, the existence of pure imperialism is inconceivable. Even in the most developed countries, along with monopolies, there are many small and medium-sized enterprises, especially in light industry, agriculture, trade, and other branches of the economy. In almost all capitalist countries, a considerable part of the population is made up of the peasantry, which for the most part is engaged in simple commodity farming. The overwhelming majority of humanity lives in colonial and semi-colonial countries, where imperialist oppression is intertwined with pre-capitalist, especially feudal, forms of exploitation. The essential feature of imperialism is that monopolies exist side by side with exchange, the market, competition, and crises. From this it follows that at the monopolistic stage of capitalism the economic laws of capitalism in general remain fully in force, but their actions are determined by the fundamental economic law of modern capitalism, the law of ensuring the maximum capitalist profit. Therefore, they act with increased destructive power. Such is the case with the laws of value and surplus value, with the law of competition and anarchy of production, with the general law of capitalist accumulation, which causes the relative and absolute impoverishment of the working class and condemns the main masses of the toiling peasantry to impoverishment and ruin, with the contradictions of capitalist reproduction and economic crises. Monopolies carry the socialization of production to the limit possible under capitalism. Large enterprises, each employing thousands of people, produce a significant share of all output in the most important industries. Monopolies bind gigantic enterprises together, take into account markets and sources of raw materials, and seize scientific personnel, inventions, and improvements. Large banks control almost all of the country's money. The links between the various branches of the economy and their interdependence are growing enormously. Industry, with its gigantic production capacity, is capable of rapidly increasing the mass of goods produced. At the same time, the means of production remain the private property of the capitalists. A decisive part of the means of production is at the disposal of the monopolies. In pursuit of maximum profit, The monopolies increase the degree of exploitation of the working class in every possible way, which leads to a sharp increase in the impoverishment of the working masses and a decrease in their purchasing power. Thus, the domination of the monopolies sharply sharpens the basic contradiction of capitalism, the contradiction between the social character of production and the private capitalist form of appropriation of the results of production. It is becoming more and more evident that the social character of the process of production requires social ownership of the means of production. In the epoch of imperialism, the productive forces of society have reached such a level of development that they do not fit into the narrow framework of capitalist relations of production. Capitalism, which replaced feudalism as a more progressive mode of production, was transformed in the imperialist stage into a reactionary force retarding the development of human society. The economic law of the obligatory correspondence of the relations of production to the character of the productive forces requires the replacement of capitalist relations of production by new, socialist relations. This law meets with strong resistance on the part of the ruling classes, and above all on the part of the monopoly bourgeoisie and the big landowners, who are trying to prevent the working class from forming an alliance with the peasantry and overthrowing the bourgeois system. The high level of development of the productive forces and the socialization of production, the extreme aggravation of all the contradictions of bourgeois society testify to the fact that capitalism, having entered the last stage of its development, is fully ripe for its replacement by a higher social system, socialism. Imperialism is parasitic or decaying. Imperialism is parasitic or decaying capitalism. The tendency to stagnation and decay is inevitably engendered by the domination of monopolies striving for maximum profits. Monopolies, insofar as they are able to dictate prices in the market and artificially keep them high, are not always interested in the application of technical innovations. Monopolies are often a hindrance to technological progress. They keep it under wraps for years major scientific discoveries and technical inventions. Thus, monopolies have a tendency to stagnate and decay, and under certain conditions this tendency prevails. This circumstance, however, did not preclude the relatively rapid growth of capitalism before the Second World War. But this growth has been extremely uneven, falling further and further behind the enormous opportunities offered by modern science and technology. Today's highly developed technology puts forward grandiose tasks, the fulfillment of which is beyond the capacity of decaying capitalism. No capitalist country can, for example, make extensive use of its hydroelectric resources because of the obstacles placed by private ownership of land and the domination of monopolies. The capitalist countries are not in a position to make use of the possibilities of modern science and technology to carry out extensive work to increase the fertility of the soil. The interests of the capitalist monopolies prevent the use of atomic energy for peaceful purposes. Wherever you turn, wrote V.I. Lenin as early as 1913, at every step you encounter problems that humanity is fully capable of solving immediately. Capitalism gets in the way. He has amassed heaps of wealth, and made people slaves to that wealth. It has solved the most difficult problems of technology, and it has stalled the implementation of technical improvements because of the poverty and ignorance of millions of people, because of the stupidity of a handful of millionaires. 77. The decay of capitalism is expressed in the growth of parasitism. The capitalist class loses all connection with the process of production. The management of enterprises is concentrated in the hands of hired technical personnel. The overwhelming majority of the bourgeoisie and landlords are turning into rentiers, people who own securities and live on the proceeds from these securities, by cutting coupons. The parasitic consumption of the exploiting classes is growing. The complete isolation of the rentier stratum from production is further intensified by the export of capital and 77 volts. I. Lenin, Civilized Barbarism, Works, Volume 19, page 349. The income from foreign investment. The export of capital imposes the imprint of parasitism on the whole country, which lives by the exploitation of the peoples of other countries and colonies. The capital exported abroad constitutes an ever-increasing share of the national wealth of the imperialist countries, and the income from these capitals is an ever-increasing part of the income of the capitalist class. Lenin called the export of capital parasitism squared. In 1929, capital invested abroad amounted to 18% in relation to national wealth. In England 18%, in France 15%, in Holland about 20%, in Belgium and Switzerland 12% each. In 1929, the income from capital invested abroad exceeded the income from foreign trade, in England more than 7 times, in the United States 5 times. In the United States of America, rentier income from securities was $1.8 billion in 1913 and $8.1 billion in 1931, which was 1.4 times the total gross cash income of the 30 million farming population in the same year. The United States is a country where the parasitic features of modern capitalism, as well as the predatory nature of imperialism, are particularly pronounced. The parasitic character of capitalism is clearly manifested in the fact that a number of bourgeois countries are being transformed into rentier states. By means of enslaving loans, the largest imperialist countries extract enormous revenues from the debtor countries and subjugate them economically and politically. The rentier state is the state of parasitic, decaying capitalism. The exploitation of colonies and dependent countries, which is one of the main sources of maximum profits for the monopolies, turns a handful of the richest capitalist countries into parasites on the body of the rest of humanity. The parasitic character of capitalism finds expression in the growth of militarism. An ever-increasing share of the national income, and especially of the income of the working. Maintenance of huge armies and on the preparation and waging of imperialist wars. Being one of the most important methods of ensuring the maximum profits of the monopolies, the militarization of the economy and imperialist wars mean at the same time the predatory destruction of many human lives and enormous material values. The intensification of parasitism is inseparably linked with the fact that gigantic masses of people are torn away from socially useful labor. The army of the unemployed is growing, the number of people engaged in the service of the exploiting classes in the state apparatus, as well as in the incredibly inflated sphere of circulation, is increasing. The decay of capitalism is further manifested in the fact that the imperialist bourgeoisie, at the expense of its profits from the exploitation of the colonies and dependent countries, systematically bribes, by means of higher wages and other handouts, a small elite of skilled workers, the so-called labor aristocracy. With the support of the bourgeoisie, the labor aristocracy seizes command posts in the trade unions. Along with petty bourgeois elements, it forms the active core of the right-wing socialist parties and poses a serious danger to the working class movement. This stratum of bourgeoisified workers is the social basis of opportunism. Opportunism in the working class movement is the adaptation of the working class movement to the interests of the bourgeoisie by undermining the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat for emancipation from capitalist slavery. The opportunists poison the consciousness of the workers by preaching the reformist path of improving capitalism. They demand that the workers support the bourgeois governments in all their domestic and foreign imperialist policies. The opportunists are bourgeois agents in the working class movement. By splitting the ranks of the working class, the opportunists prevent the workers from uniting their forces to overthrow capitalism. This is one of the most important reasons why the bourgeoisie still remains in power in many countries. Pre-monopoly capitalism with its free competition corresponded to a limited bourgeois democracy. Imperialism, with its monopoly rule, is characterized by a shift from democracy to political reaction in the domestic and foreign policies of bourgeois states. Political reaction along the whole line is a characteristic of imperialism. The leaders of monopolies or their proxies occupy the most important positions in governments and in the entire state apparatus. Under the conditions of imperialism, governments are set up not by the people, but by the magnates of finance capital. Reactionary monopoly cliques seek to consolidate their power by nullifying the democratic rights of the working people, which they have won through many generations of hard struggle. This makes it necessary to strengthen the struggle of the masses for democracy, against imperialism and reaction in every possible way. Capitalism in general, and imperialism in particular, turns democracy into an illusion, and at the same time, capitalism generates democratic aspirations among the masses, creates democratic institutions, and sharpens the antagonism between imperialism, which denies democracy, and the masses striving for democracy. 78. In the epoch of imperialism, the struggle of the broadest masses of the people, led by the working class, against the reaction engendered by the monopolies is of great historical significance. It is precisely on the activity, organization and determination of the masses of the people that depends the frustration of the misanthropic designs of the aggressive forces of imperialism, which are incessantly preparing new ordeals and military catastrophes for the peoples. 78 volts. I. Lenin, Works, Volume 23, p. 13. Imperialism is the eve of the socialist revolution. Imperialism is moribund capitalism. The operation of the fundamental economic law of modern capitalism sharpens all the contradictions of capitalism, carries them to the last line, to the extreme limits beyond which the revolution begins. The most important of these contradictions are the following three. First, the contradiction between labor and capital. The domination of the monopolies and the financial oligarchy in the capitalist countries leads to the intensification of the exploitation of the working classes. The sharp deterioration of the material situation and the intensification of the political oppression of the working class are causing an increase in its indignation and leading to an intensification of the class struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Under these conditions, the old methods of economic and parliamentary struggle of the working class are completely inadequate. Imperialism leads the working class to the socialist revolution as the only salvation. Secondly, the contradiction between the imperialist powers. In the struggle for maximum profits, the monopolies of the various countries clash, and each of the capitalist groups strives to secure its predominance by seizing markets, sources of raw materials, and spheres of capital investment. The fierce struggle between the imperialist countries for spheres of influence inevitably leads to imperialist wars, which weaken the position of capitalism in general and bring the socialist revolution closer. Thirdly, the contradiction between the oppressed peoples of the colonies and dependent countries and the imperialist powers that exploit them. As a result of the development of capitalism in the colonies and semi-colonies, the national liberation movement against imperialism is intensifying. The colonies and dependent countries are being transformed from the reserves of imperialism into the reserves of the proletarian revolution. These main contradictions characterize imperialism as a moribund capitalism. This does not mean that capitalism can wither away on its own, in the form of an automatic collapse, without the most determined struggle of the popular masses, led by the working class, for the abolition of the rule of the bourgeoisie. It only means that imperialism is the stage in the development of capitalism at which the proletarian revolution has become a practical inevitability and favorable conditions are ripe for a direct assault on the strongholds of capitalism. That is why Lenin characterized imperialism as the eve of the socialist revolution. State monopoly capitalism. In the epoch of imperialism, the bourgeois state, which is the dictatorship of the financial oligarchy, carries out all its activities in the interests of the ruling monopolies. As the contradictions of imperialism become more acute, the ruling monopolies are intensifying their direct control of the state apparatus. More and more often, the largest magnates of capital personally act as heads of the state apparatus. The process of transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism is taking place. Already the First World War greatly accelerated and aggravated this process. State monopoly capitalism consists in the subordination of the state apparatus to the capitalist monopolies and its use to interfere in the country's economy, especially in connection with its militarization, in order to ensure maximum profits for the monopolies and to strengthen the omnipotence of finance capital. At the same time, individual enterprises, industries, and economic functions, the provision of labor, the supply of scarce raw materials, the rationing system for the distribution of products, the construction of military enterprises, the financing of the militarization of the economy, and so on, are transferred to the hands of the state, while private ownership of the means of production remains dominant in the country. Materials, the rationing system for the distribution of products, the construction of military enterprises, the financing of the militarization of the economy, and so on, are transferred to the hands of the state, while private ownership of the means of production remains dominant in the country. The monopolies use state power to actively promote the concentration and centralization of capital and to strengthen the power and influence of the largest monopolies. The state compels independent entrepreneurs to submit to monopolistic associations by special measures, and in times of war it carries out a forced concentration of production, closing down many small and medium-sized enterprises. In the interests of the monopolies, the state, on the one hand, imposes high customs duties on imported goods, and, on the other hand, encourages the export of goods by paying export duties to the monopolies and making it easier for them to conquer new markets by dumping. Monopolies use the state budget to rob the population of their country by means of taxes and obtaining orders from the state that bring huge profits. The bourgeois state, under the pretext of encouraging economic initiative, pays enormous sums of subsidies to the largest entrepreneurs. In the event of the threat of bankruptcy of monopolies, they receive funds from the state to cover losses, and their tax debts to the state are written off. The development of state monopoly capitalism is particularly intensified in the period of preparation and waging of imperialist wars. Lenin called state monopoly capitalism a penal servitude for the workers, a paradise for the capitalists. The governments of the imperialist countries issue huge orders to the monopolies for the supply of arms, munitions and foodstuffs, build armament factories at the expense of the treasury and place them at the disposal of the monopolies, and issue war loans. At the same time, the bourgeois states are shifting all the burdens of the war onto the working people. All this provides the monopolies with colossal profits. The development of state monopoly capitalism leads, firstly, to a further acceleration of the capitalist socialization of production, which creates the material prerequisites for the replacement of capitalism by socialism. Lenin pointed out that state monopoly capitalism is the most complete material preparation for socialism. The development of state monopoly capitalism leads, secondly, to the intensification of the relative and absolute impoverishment of the proletariat. With the help of state power, the monopolies in every possible way increase the degree of exploitation of the working class, the peasantry, and broad strata of the intelligentsia, which inevitably causes a sharp sharpening of the contradictions between the exploited and the exploiters and an intensification of the struggle of the proletariat and other strata of the working people for the abolition of capitalism. The defenders of capitalism, concealing the subordination of the bourgeois state to the capitalist monopolies, assert that the state has become the decisive force in the economy of the capitalist countries and is capable of ensuring the planned management of the national economy. As a matter of fact, however, the bourgeois state cannot manage the economy in a planned manner, because the economy is not at its disposal, but in the hands of the monopolies. Any attempt by the state to regulate the economy under capitalism is powerless in the face of the spontaneous laws of economic life. The law of the unevenness of the economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism and the possibility of the victory of socialism in one country. Under capitalism, individual enterprises and branches of the country's economy cannot develop evenly. Under conditions of competition and anarchy of production, the uneven development of the capitalist economy is inevitable. But in the pre-monopoly era, capitalism as a whole was still on the rise. Production was divided among a large number of enterprises, free competition reigned, and there were no monopolies. Capitalism could still develop relatively smoothly. Some countries have been ahead of others for a long period of time. At that time, there were vast territories on the globe that were not occupied by anyone. There were no military clashes on a global scale. The situation changed radically with the transition to monopoly capitalism. The high level of technological development has opened up the opportunity for young countries to quickly surpass and outstrip older rivals in leaps and bounds. Countries that are the latest to embark on the path of capitalist development make use of the ready-made results of technical progress, machines, methods of production, etc. On the other hand, in the old countries the domination of monopolies took shape earlier than in the young ones, which are characterized by a tendency toward parasitism, decay, and stagnation of technology. Hence the rapid, abrupt development of some countries, while the growth of others is retarded. This spasmodic development is also greatly intensified by the export of capital. An opportunity is being created for some countries to overtake other countries, to oust them from the markets, and to seek the redivision of the already divided world with an armed hand. In the period of imperialism, the uneven development of the capitalist countries became the decisive force of imperialist development. The correlation of economic forces of the imperialist powers is changing with unprecedented rapidity. The growth of the military forces of the imperialist states is also uneven. The changed balance of economic and military forces inevitably comes into conflict with the old distribution of colonies and spheres of influence. A struggle for the redivision of the already divided world begins. The real power of the various imperialist groups is tested by means of bloody and devastating wars. In 1860, England occupied first place in world industrial production. France followed behind her. Germany and the United States of America were then just emerging onto the world stage. 10 years passed, and the rapidly growing country of young capitalism, the United States of America, overtook France and changed places with it. A decade later, the United States of America overtook England and firmly took first place in world industrial production, and Germany overtook France and took third place after the United States and England. By the beginning of the XX century, Germany pushed aside England, taking second place after the United States. As a result of changes in the balance of power in capitalist countries, the capitalist world splits into two warring imperialist camps and world wars arise. Owing to the uneven development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism, world capitalism cannot develop except through crises and military catastrophes. The sharpening of the contradictions in the camp of imperialism and the inevitability of military clashes lead to the mutual weakening of the imperialists. The world front of imperialism becomes easily vulnerable to the proletarian revolution. On this basis, a breakthrough of the front can take place at the link where the chain of the imperialist front is weakest, at the point where the most favorable conditions for the victory of the proletariat are developing. The unevenness of economic development in the epoch of imperialism also determines the unevenness of political development, which means that the political prerequisites for the victory of the proletarian revolution in different countries mature at different times. These prerequisites include, first of all, the acuteness of the class contradictions and the degree of development of the class struggle, the level of class consciousness, political organization and revolutionary determination of the proletariat, and its ability to lead the main mass of the peasantry. The law of the unevenness of the economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism is the starting point of Lenin's doctrine of the possibility of the victory of socialism initially in several countries, or even in a single country. In the middle of the 19th century, Marx and Engels, studying pre-monopoly capitalism, came to the conclusion that the socialist revolution could be victorious only simultaneously in all or most civilized countries. However, at the beginning of the 20th century, especially during the First World War, the situation changed dramatically. Pre-monopoly capitalism has grown into monopoly capitalism. Ascending capitalism has become descending, dying capitalism. The war has exposed the incurable weaknesses of the imperialist world front. At the same time, the law of uneven development predetermined the different times of the maturation of the proletarian revolution in different countries. Proceeding from the law of uneven development of capitalism in the epoch of imperialism, Lenin came to the conclusion that the old formula of Marx and Engels no longer corresponded to the new historical conditions, that under the new conditions the socialist revolution could quite well triumph in one country. taken separately, and that the simultaneous victory of the socialist revolution in all countries or in the majority of civilized countries was impossible because of the uneven maturation of the revolution in these countries. Unevenness of economic and political development, Lenin wrote, is an absolute law of capitalism. From this it follows that the victory of socialism is possible initially in a few, or even in a single capitalist country. It was a new, complete theory of socialist revolution created by Lenin. It has enriched Marxism and advanced it, opened up the revolutionary perspective to the proletarians of individual countries, unleashed the initiative in attacking their own bourgeoisie, and strengthened their faith in the victory of the proletarian revolution. In the period of imperialism, the formation of the capitalist system of world economy was completed, in connection with which individual countries were transformed into links in a single chain. Leninism teaches that, under the conditions of imperialism, the socialist revolution is first victorious not necessarily in those countries where capitalism is most developed and the proletariat constitutes the majority of the population, but above all in those countries which are the weakest link in the chain of world imperialism. The objective conditions of the socialist revolution have matured in the entire system of world capitalist economy. Under such conditions, the presence in this system of countries that are not sufficiently industrialized cannot be an obstacle to revolution. For the victory of the socialist revolution, it is necessary to have a revolutionary proletariat and a proletarian vanguard united in a political party, and to have in a given country a serious ally of the proletariat in the person of the peasantry, capable of following the proletariat in a determined struggle against imperialism. In the epoch of imperialism, when the revolutionary movement is growing all over the world, the imperialist bourgeoisie enters into an alliance with all reactionary forces, without exception, and makes every possible use of the survivals of serfdom to increase profits. For this reason, the abolition of the feudal serf system is impossible without a resolute struggle against imperialism. Under these conditions, the proletariat becomes the hegemon of the bourgeois democratic revolution, rallying the masses of the peasantry around itself for the struggle against serfdom and imperialist colonial oppression. To the extent that the anti-feudal and national liberation tasks are solved, the bourgeois democratic revolution develops into a socialist revolution. In the period of imperialism, the indignation of the proletariat is growing in the capitalist countries, the elements of a revolutionary explosion are accumulating, and a war of liberation against imperialism is developing in the colonial and dependent countries. The imperialist wars for the redivision of the world weaken the system of imperialism and strengthen the tendency to unite the proletarian revolutions in the capitalist countries with the national liberation movement in the colonies. The proletarian revolution, which is victorious in one country, is at the same time the beginning of the world socialist revolution and a powerful basis for its further development. Lenin scientifically foresaw that the world revolution would develop through the revolutionary secession of a number of new countries from the system of imperialism, with the support given to the proletarians of these countries by the proletariat of the imperialist states. The very process of falling away from imperialism in a number of new countries will proceed all the more rapidly and thoroughly, the more thoroughly socialism is consolidated in the first country of the victorious proletarian revolution. The outcome of the struggle, Lenin wrote in 1923, depends ultimately on the fact that Russia, India, China, etc. constitute the gigantic majority of the population. Namely this, the majority of the population has been drawn with extraordinary speed in recent years into the struggle for their liberation, so that in this sense there cannot be a shadow of doubt about what the final solution of the world struggle will be. In this sense, the final victory of socialism is completely and unconditionally guaranteed. 80. Brief conclusions. 1. Imperialism is the special and final stage of capitalism. Imperialism is 1. Monopoly capitalism, 2. Decaying or parasitic capitalism, 3. Moribund capitalism, on the eve of the socialist revolution. 2. The decay and parasitism of capitalism are expressed in the retardation by the monopolies of technical progress and the growth of the productive forces, in the transformation of a number of bourgeois countries into rentier states living off the exploitation of the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, in the rampant militarism, in the growth of parasitic consumption by the bourgeoisie, in the reactionary domestic and foreign policy of the imperialist states, in the bribery by the bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries of the small upper stratum of the working class. The decay of capitalism sharply intensifies the impoverishment of the working class and the toiling masses of the peasantry. 3. As a result of the action of the basic economic force of modern capitalism, the three main contradictions of imperialism are sharply sharpened. 1. The contradiction between labor and capital. 2. The contradiction between the imperialist powers, which are fighting for supremacy, and ultimately for world domination, and 3. The contradiction between the metropolises and the colonies. 80 volts. I. Lenin, Better Fewer, but Better, Works, Volume 33, page 458. Imperialism is bringing the proletariat very close to the socialist revolution. 4. State monopoly capitalism is the subordination of the state apparatus to capitalist monopolies in order to ensure maximum profits and strengthen the domination of the financial oligarchy. Signifying the highest stage of capitalist socialization of production, State monopoly capitalism brings with it a further intensification of the exploitation of the working class and the impoverishment and ruin of the broad working masses. 5. The law of uneven economic and political development of the capitalist countries in the period of imperialism weakens the united front of world imperialism. The unevenness of the maturation of the revolution excludes the possibility of the simultaneous victory of socialism in all countries or in the majority of countries. The possibility of breaking through the imperialist chain in its weak link is being created, the possibility of the victory of the socialist revolution initially in a few or even in a single country. Chapter XX. The General Crisis of Capitalism. The essence of the general crisis of capitalism. Along with the growth of the contradictions of imperialism, the prerequisites for a general crisis of capitalism were accumulating. The extreme aggravation of the contradictions in the camp of imperialism, the clashes between the imperialist powers resulting in world wars, the combination of the class struggle of the proletariat in the metropolises and the national liberation struggle of the peoples in the colonies. All this leads to a sharp weakening of the world capitalist system, to breaks in the chain of imperialism and to the revolutionary falling away of individual countries from the capitalist system. The foundations of the doctrine of the general crisis of capitalism were developed by V.I. Lenin. The general crisis of capitalism is an all-round crisis of the world capitalist system as a whole, characterized by wars and revolutions, by the struggle between moribund capitalism and growing socialism. The general crisis of capitalism encompasses all aspects of capitalism, both economics and politics. It is based on the ever-increasing disintegration of the world economic system of capitalism, on the one hand, and the growing economic power of the countries that have fallen away from capitalism, on the other hand. The fundamental features of the general crisis of capitalism are the split of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist, and the struggle between them, the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism, the aggravation of the problem of markets and the consequent emergence of chronic underutilization of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. The uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism in the course of time gives rise to a discrepancy between the existing division of markets, spheres of influence, and colonies and the changed correlation of forces of the principal capitalist states. On this basis, a sharp disturbance of the equilibrium within the world system of capitalism arises, leading to the split of the capitalist world into warring groups and to war between them. World wars weaken the forces of imperialism and facilitate the breakthrough of the imperialist front and the falling away of individual countries from the capitalist system. The general crisis of capitalism covers an entire historical period, which is an integral part of the era of imperialism. As has already been pointed out, the law of uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries in the era of imperialism determines the different timing of the maturation of the socialist revolution in different countries. Lenin pointed out that the general crisis of capitalism is not a simultaneous act, but a long period of violent economic and political upheavals, of intensified class struggle, a period of the collapse of capitalism on its entire scale and the birth of socialist society. 81. This determines the historical inevitability of the long-term coexistence of two systems, the socialist and capitalist. The general crisis of capitalism began during the First World War and unfolded especially as a result of the Soviet Union's secession from the capitalist system. This was the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism. During the Second World War, the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism unfolded, especially after the fall away from the 81 volts. Lenin. Report on the revision of the party's program and change. Capitalist system of the people's democratic countries in Europe and Asia. The First World War and the beginning of the general crisis of capitalism. The First World War was the result of the sharpening of the contradictions between the imperialist powers on the basis of the struggle for the redivision of the world and spheres of influence. Side by side with the old imperialist powers, new predators have grown, who are late for the division of the world. German imperialism appeared on the scene. Germany was later than a number of other countries in embarking on the path of capitalist development and came to the division of markets and spheres of influence when the world was divided among the old imperialist powers. However, by the beginning of the 20th century, Germany, having overtaken England in terms of industrial development, took second place in the world and first in Europe. Germany began to squeeze England and France on world markets. The change in the correlation of economic and military forces of the principal capitalist states raised the question of the redivision of the world. In the struggle for the redivision of the world, Germany, allied with Austria-Hungary and Italy, clashed with England, France, and Tsarist Russia, which was dependent on them. Germany sought to wrest part of the colonies from England and France, to oust England from the Middle East and put an end to her maritime domination, to deprive Russia of the Ukraine, Poland, and the Baltic states, and to subjugate all of Central and Southeastern Europe. In turn, England sought to put an end to German competition in the world market and to fully consolidate its dominance in the Middle East and the African continent. France's goal was to regain Alsace and Lorraine, which had been conquered by Germany in 1870 to 1871, and to seize the Saar Basin from Germany. Conquest was also pursued by Tsarist Russia and other bourgeois states participating in the war. The struggle of the two imperialist blocs, the Anglo-French and the German, for the redivision of the world affected the interests of all the imperialist countries and therefore led to a world war, in which Japan, the United States and a number of other countries later took part. The First World War had an imperialist character on both sides. The war shook the capitalist world to its deepest foundations. In terms of its scale, it has left far behind all previous wars in the history of mankind. The war was a source of enormous enrichment for the monopolies. The capitalists of the United States have profited especially. The profits of all the American monopolies in 1917 were 3 or 4 times higher than in 1914. During the 5 years of the war, from 1914 to 1918, the American monopolies made more than $35 billion in profits, before taxes. The largest monopolies have increased their profits tenfold. The population of the countries that actively participated in the war was about 800 million people. About 70 million people were drafted into the army. The war consumed as many human lives as had died in all the wars in Europe in 1,000 years. The number of people killed has reached 10 million, the number of wounded and maimed has exceeded 20 million. Millions of people died of hunger and epidemics. The war caused colossal damage to the national economy of the belligerent countries. The direct military expenditures of the belligerent powers during the entire war, 1914 to 1918, amounted to $208 billion, in the prices of the corresponding years. During the war, the importance of the monopolies grew, and their subordination to the state apparatus increased. The state apparatus was used by the largest monopolies to ensure maximum profits. Military regulation of the economy was carried out in order to enrich the largest monopolies. To this end, the working day was lengthened in a number of countries, strikes were banned, barracks and forced labor in enterprises were introduced. The main source of unprecedented growth in profits was state military orders at the expense of the budget. War expenditures absorbed a huge part of the national income during the war and were covered primarily by increasing taxes on the working people. Most of the military appropriations went to the monopolists in the form of payment for military orders, non-repayable loans, and subsidies. The prices of military orders provided the monopolies with huge profits. Lenin called military supplies legalized embezzlement. The monopolies profited by lowering the real wages of the workers by means of inflation, as well as by directly plundering the occupied territories. During the war, a rationing system was introduced in European countries, limiting the consumption of workers to starvation rations. The war brought the poverty and suffering of the masses to the extreme. It sharpened class contradictions and gave rise to an upsurge in the revolutionary struggle of the working class and the toiling peasants in the capitalist countries. At the same time, the war, which was transformed from a European war into a world war, drew the colonies and dependent countries into its orbit in the rear of imperialism, which made it easier to unite the revolutionary movement in Europe with the national liberation movement of the peoples of the East. The war weakened world capitalism. A European war, Lenin wrote at the time, signifies a great historical crisis, the beginning of a new epoch. Like any crisis, the war exacerbated deep-seated contradictions and brought them to the surface. It gave rise to a mighty upsurge of the anti-imperialist, revolutionary movement. The victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution and the split of the world into two systems, capitalist and socialist. The proletarian revolution broke through the front of imperialism first of all in Russia, which proved to be the weakest link in the chain of imperialism. Russia was the focal point of all the contradictions of imperialism. In Russia, the omnipotence of capital was intertwined with Tsarist despotism, with vestiges of serfdom and colonial oppression against non-Russian peoples. Lenin called Tsarism military feudal imperialism. Tsarist Russia was the reserve of Western imperialism as a sphere of investment for foreign capital, which held in its hands the decisive branches of industry, fuel and metallurgy, and as a pillar of Western imperialism in the East, connecting the finance capital of the West with the colonies of the East. The interests of Tsarism and Western imperialism merged into a single tangle of imperialist interests. The high concentration of Russian industry and the existence of such a revolutionary party as the Communist Party transformed the working class of Russia into the greatest force in the political life of the country. The Russian proletariat had such a serious ally as the poor peasants, who constituted the overwhelming majority of the peasant population. Under these conditions, the bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia was bound to develop into a socialist revolution, to assume an international character and to shake the very foundations of world imperialism. The international significance of the Great October Socialist Revolution lies in the fact that, first, it broke through the front of imperialism, overthrew the imperialist bourgeoisie in one of the largest capitalist countries, and for the first time in history put the proletariat in power. Secondly, it not only undermined imperialism in the metropolises, but also struck at the rear of imperialism, undermining its domination in the colonies and dependent countries. Thirdly, by weakening the power of imperialism in the metropolises and undermining its domination in the colonies, it has thereby called into question the very existence of world imperialism as a whole. The Great October Socialist Revolution marked a radical change in the world history of mankind. It ushered in a new epoch, the epoch of proletarian revolutions in the countries of imperialism and the national liberation movement in the colonies. The October Revolution wrested 1/6 of the earth from the grip of the capitalists of the working people, which meant the division of the world into two systems: capitalist and socialist. The splitting of the world into two systems was the most striking expression of the general crisis of capitalism. As a result of the division of the world into two systems, a fundamentally new contradiction of world historical significance has arisen: the contradiction between moribund capitalism and growing socialism. The struggle between the two systems, capitalism and socialism, has become crucial in the modern era. Describing the general crisis of capitalism, J.V. Stalin said, "This means, first of all, that the imperialist war and its consequences have intensified the decay of capitalism and undermined its equilibrium, that we are now living in an epoch of wars and revolutions, that capitalism is no longer the only and all-embracing system of world economy, that side by side with the capitalist system of economy there exists a socialist system of economy. A system that grows, that succeeds, that opposes the capitalist system, and that by the very fact of its existence demonstrates the rottenness of capitalism, shakes its foundations." 83. The first years after the war of 1914 to 1918 were a period of acute devastation in the economies of the capitalist. 83 J.V. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 16th Congress of the CPSU, B. Works, Volume 12, page 246. Countries, a period of fierce struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. As a result of the upheaval of world capitalism and under the direct influence of the Great October Socialist Revolution, a number of revolutions and revolutionary actions took place both on the continent of Europe and in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. This powerful revolutionary movement, the sympathy and support given to Soviet Russia by the working masses of the whole world, predetermined the collapse of all attempts by world imperialism to strangle the world's first socialist republic. In 1920–1921 the main capitalist countries were gripped by a deep economic crisis. Having emerged from the post-war economic chaos, the capitalist world entered a period of relative stabilization in 1924. The revolutionary upsurge was replaced by a temporary ebb of revolution in a number of European countries. It was a temporary, partial stabilization of capitalism, achieved by intensifying the exploitation of the working people. Under the banner of capitalist rationalization, a brutal intensification of labor was carried out. Capitalist stabilization inevitably led to an aggravation of the contradictions between the workers and the capitalists, between imperialism and the colonial peoples, and between the imperialists of different countries. The world economic crisis that began in 1929 put an end to capitalist stabilization. At the same time, the national economy of the USSR developed steadily along an ascending line, without crises and catastrophes. At that time, the Soviet Union was the only country that did not experience crises and other contradictions of capitalism. The industry of the Soviet Union has been growing at a pace unprecedented in history. In 1938 the industrial output of the USSR was 908.8% of that of 1913, while the industrial output of the USA was only 120%, that of England 113.3%, and that of France 93.2%. A comparison of the economic development of the USSR and the capitalist countries clearly reveals the decisive advantages of the socialist economic system and the doom of the capitalist system. The experience of the USSR has shown that the working people can successfully govern the country, build and manage the economy without the bourgeoisie and against the bourgeoisie. Every year of peaceful competition between socialism and capitalism undermines and weakens capitalism and strengthens socialism. The emergence of the world's first socialist state introduced a new moment in the development of the revolutionary struggle of the working people. The USSR is a powerful center of attraction around which the united front of the revolutionary and national liberation struggle of the peoples against imperialism is rallied. International imperialism seeks to strangle, or at least weaken, the socialist state. The imperialist camp is trying to resolve its internal difficulties and contradictions by fomenting war against the USSR. In the struggle against the intrigues of imperialism, the Soviet Union relies on its economic and military might and on the support of the international proletariat. Historical experience has proved that in the struggle between the two systems, the socialist economic system is assured of victory over capitalism on the basis of peaceful competition. In its foreign policy, the Soviet state proceeds from the possibility of the peaceful coexistence of the two systems, capitalism and socialism, and firmly adheres to the policy of peace among peoples. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. An integral part of the general crisis of capitalism is the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. Originating during the First World War, this crisis is widening and deepening. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism consists in the sharp sharpening of the contradictions between the imperialist powers, on the one hand, and the colonies and dependent countries, on the other, and in the development of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of these countries, headed by the industrial proletariat. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the role of the colonies as a source of maximum profits for the monopolies increases. The intensification of the struggle between the imperialists for markets and spheres of influence and the intensification of internal difficulties and contradictions in the capitalist countries are leading to an intensification of the imperialists' pressure on the colonies and to an increase in the exploitation of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries. The First World War, during which the export of industrial goods from the metropolises sharply decreased, gave a significant impetus to the industrial development of the colonies. In the period between the two wars, as a result of the intensified export of capital to the backward countries, capitalism continued to develop in the colonies. In connection with this, the proletariat grew in the colonial countries. The total number of industrial enterprises in India increased from 2,874 in 1914 to 10,466 in 1939. In this regard, the number of factory workers has increased. The number of workers in the Indian manufacturing industry was 951,000 in 1914, and 1,751,000 in 1939. The total number of workers in India, including miners, railway and water transport workers, and plantation workers, was about 5 million in 1939. In China, excluding Manchuria, the number of industrial enterprises, with at least 30 workers, increased from 200 in 1910 to 2,500 in 1937, and the number of workers employed in them increased from 150,000 in 1910 to 2,750,000 in 1937, taking into account the more industrially developed Manchuria. Workers in industry and transport, not counting small enterprises, in China on the eve of World War II amounted to about 4 million people. The industrial proletariat in Indonesia, Malaya, Africa and other colonies has grown significantly. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the exploitation of the working class in the colonies intensifies. A commission examining the situation of Indian workers from 1929 to 1931 found that the family of an ordinary worker had earnings of only about half the cost of keeping a prisoner in the Bombay prisons per family member. The bulk of the workers fall into indentured debt dependence with usurers. Forced labor became widespread in the colonies, especially in the mining industry and agriculture, on plantations. The growth of the working class in the colonial countries and the intensification of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of these countries fundamentally undermine the position of imperialism and signify a new stage in the development of the national liberation movement in the colonies. Lenin taught that after the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, which broke through the front of world imperialism, a new era of colonial revolutions had opened. Whereas in the past the national liberation struggle ended with the assertion of the power of the bourgeoisie and thereby cleared the way for the freer development of capitalism, now, in the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism, the national colonial revolutions carried out under the leadership of the proletariat lead to the establishment of people's power, which ensures the development of the country along the road to socialism, bypassing the capitalist stage of development. As has been pointed out, in spite of a certain development of industry, imperialism retards the economic development of the colonies. Heavy industry is still not developing in these countries, and they remain agrarian and raw material appendages to the metropolises. Imperialism preserves the remnants of feudal relations in the colonies, using them to intensify the exploitation of the oppressed peoples. Moreover, the well-known development of capitalist relations in the countryside, which destroys the natural forms of economy, only intensifies the degree of exploitation and pauperization of the peasantry. The struggle against the survivals of feudalism is the basis of the bourgeois democratic revolution in the colonial countries. The bourgeois democratic revolution in the colonies is directed not only against feudal oppression, but also against imperialism. It is impossible to abolish feudal survivals in the colonies without the revolutionary overthrow of imperialist oppression. The colonial revolution is a combination of two streams of the revolutionary movement, the movement against feudal survivals and the movement against imperialism. In this connection, the largest force in colonial revolutions was the peasantry, which constituted the bulk of the population of the colonies. The hegemon, leader, of the revolution in the colonies is the working class, which is a consistent fighter against imperialism, capable of rallying the vast masses of the peasantry and carrying the revolution through to the end. The alliance of the working class and the peasantry under the leadership of the working class is the decisive condition for the success of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples of the colonial countries. A certain section of the local bourgeoisie, the so-called comprador bourgeoisie, which acts as an intermediary between foreign capital and the local market, is a direct agent of foreign imperialism. As for the national bourgeoisie in the colonies, whose interests are being infringed upon by foreign capital, it can support the struggle against imperialism at a certain stage of the revolution. However, the national bourgeoisie in the colonies is weak and inconsistent in the struggle against imperialism. The Great October Socialist Revolution unleashed a number of powerful national liberation movements in China, Indonesia, India, and other countries. It ushered in a new epoch, the era of colonial revolutions, in which the leadership belongs to the proletariat. Aggravation of the problem of markets, chronic underutilization of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. An inseparable feature of the general crisis of capitalism is the progressive aggravation of the problem of markets and the consequent chronic underutilization of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. The aggravation of the problem of markets in the period of the general crisis of capitalism is caused, first of all, by the exclusion of individual countries from the world system of imperialism. Russia's falling away from the capitalist system, with its vast markets and sources of raw materials, could not but affect the economic situation in the capitalist world. The operation of the basic economic law of modern capitalism is inevitably accompanied by the growing impoverishment of the working people, whose standard of living the capitalists keep within the limits of the extreme minimum, which leads to the aggravation of the problem of markets. The aggravation of the problem of markets is also caused by the development in the colonies and dependent countries of their own capitalism, which successfully competes in the markets with the old capitalist countries. The development of the national liberation struggle of the peoples of the colonial countries also complicates the position of the imperialist states in foreign markets. As a result, instead of a growing market, as it was before, in the period between the two world wars, relative stability of markets was created with the growth of the production capabilities of capitalism. This could not but aggravate all capitalist contradictions to the extreme. This contradiction between the growth of productive capacity and the relative stability of markets is the basis for the fact that the problem of markets is now the main problem of capitalism. The aggravation of the problem of sales markets in general, the aggravation of the problem of foreign markets in particular, and the aggravation of the problem of markets for the export of capital in particular, such is the present state of capitalism. This, in fact, explains why underloading of factories is becoming a common occurrence. 84. Previously, mass underloading of factories took place only during economic crises. The period of general crisis of capitalism is characterized by chronic underloading of enterprises. For example, during the boom period of 1925 to 1929, the productive capacity of the U.S. manufacturing industry was used to only 80%. Between 1930 and 1934, the use of the production capacity of the manufacturing industry fell to 60%. At the same time, it must be borne in mind that the bourgeois statistics of the USA, in calculating the productive capacity of the manufacturing industry, did not take into account enterprises that had been idle for a long time and assumed as a condition the operation of enterprises in one shift. Closely related to the chronic underutilization of enterprises is chronic mass unemployment. Before the First World War, the reserve army of labor grew in times of 84 J. V. Stalin, Political Report of the Central Committee to the 15th Congress of the CPSU, B. Works, Volume 10, page 275. Crisis, and in periods of boom it shrank to a comparatively small size. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, unemployment assumes enormous proportions and remains at a high level even in the years of revival and growth. The reserve army of labor has been transformed into a permanent army of millions of unemployed. At the time of the greatest industrial boom between the two world wars, in 1929, the number of fully unemployed people in the United States was about 2 million, and in subsequent years, until the Second World War, it did not fall below 8 million people. In England, the number of fully unemployed people among the insured did not fall below 1.2 million per year between 1922 and 1938. Millions of workers were doing odd jobs, suffering from partial unemployment. Chronic mass unemployment dramatically worsens the condition of the working class. Long-term unemployment is becoming the main form of unemployment. The existence of chronic mass unemployment makes it possible for the capitalists to enormously increase the intensity of labor in the enterprises, to throw out the workers who are already exhausted by excessive labor and to recruit new, stronger and healthier ones. In this regard, the working age of the worker and the duration of his work at the enterprise are greatly reduced. The uncertainty of employed workers about the future is growing. Capitalists use chronic mass unemployment to drastically reduce the wages of employed workers. The income of the working family is also decreasing due to the decrease in the number of working family members. In the USA, according to bourgeois statistics, the rise in unemployment from 1920 to 1933 was accompanied by a fall in the average annual wages of workers employed in industry, construction, and railroad transport, from $1,483 in 1920 to $915 in 1933, i.e., by 38.3%. Unemployed family members are forced to support themselves on the meager wages of working family members. If the whole wage fund is applied not only to the employed, but to all workers, both employed and unemployed, it turns out that the earnings per worker, including the unemployed, have fallen from $1,332 in 1920 to $497 in 1933, i.e., by 62.7%. Chronic mass unemployment also has a serious impact on the condition of the peasantry. First, it narrows the domestic market and reduces the demand of the urban population for agricultural products. This leads to the deepening of agrarian crises. Secondly, it worsens the situation in the labor market and makes it more difficult for peasants who go bankrupt and flee to the cities in search of work to be involved in industrial production. As a result, agrarian overpopulation and pauperization of the peasantry are increasing. Chronic mass unemployment, as well as chronic underutilization of enterprises, is evidence of the progressive decay of capitalism and its inability to use the productive forces of society. The intensification of the exploitation of the working class and the sharp decline in its standard of living in the period of the general crisis of capitalism led to a further sharpening of the contradictions between labor and capital. Deepening crises of overproduction and changes in the capitalist cycle. The narrowing of markets and the development of mass chronic unemployment, which occur simultaneously with the growth of productive capacities, enormously sharpened the contradictions of capitalism and led to the deepening of crises of overproduction and to essential changes in the capitalist cycle. These changes boil down to the following: shorter cycle times, resulting in more frequent crises, the depth and acuteness of crises are increasing, which is reflected in an intensification of the decline in production, an increase in unemployment, and so on. It is more difficult to get out of the crisis, which makes the duration of the crisis phase longer, the depression phase lengthened, and the recovery becomes less stable and less prolonged. Before the First World War, economic crises usually occurred every 10 to 12 years and only sometimes after 8 years. In the period between the two world wars, from 1920 to 1938, that is, in 18 years, there were 3 economic crises: in 1920-1921, in 1929 to 1933, and in 1937-1938. The depth of decline in production increases from crisis to crisis. The output of the U.S. manufacturing industry fell during the crisis of 1907-1908, from the highest point before the crisis to the lowest point of the crisis, by 16.4%, during the crisis of 1920-1921 by 23%, and during the crisis of 1929 to 1933 by 47.1%. The economic crisis of 1929 to 1933 was the deepest crisis of overproduction. This was due to the influence of the general crisis of capitalism. The present crisis, said E. Thalman, has the character of a cyclical crisis within the framework of the general crisis of the capitalist system in the epoch of monopoly capitalism. Here we must understand the dialectical interplay between a general crisis and a periodic crisis. On the one hand, the periodic crisis takes on sharp, unprecedented forms, since it proceeds on the basis of a general crisis of capitalism and is determined by the conditions of monopoly capitalism. On the other hand, the destruction caused by a periodic crisis again deepens and accelerates the general crisis of the capitalist system. 85. The economic crisis of 1929 to 1933 engulfed all the countries of the capitalist world without exception. As a 85e. Thalman, Tasks of the People's Revolution in Germany. Report to the Plenum of the Central Committee of the KKE on January 15, 1931, page 27 to 28. Result: it was impossible for some countries to maneuver at the expense of others. The crisis hit the largest country of modern capitalism, the United States of America, with the greatest force. The industrial crisis in the principal capitalist countries was intertwined with the agricultural crisis in the agrarian countries, which led to a deepening of the economic crisis as a whole. The crisis of 1929 to 1933 proved to be the deepest and most acute of all economic crises in the history of capitalism. Industrial production has fallen by 36% throughout the capitalist world, and even more so in some countries. The turnover of world trade has fallen to 1/3. The finances of the capitalist countries have fallen into complete disarray. In conditions of chronic mass unemployment, economic crises lead to a huge increase in the number of unemployed. The percentage of completely unemployed at the time of the greatest decline in production, according to official data, was in 1932 in the United States 32%, in England 22%. In Germany, the percentage of fully unemployed trade union members in 1932 reached 43.8% and partially unemployed 22.6%. In absolute terms, the number of completely unemployed people in 1932 was, in the United States, according to official data, 13.2 million people, in Germany 5.5 million people, in England 2.8 million people. In the entire capitalist world in 1933, there were 30 million people who were completely unemployed. The number of semi-unemployed people has reached a huge size. Thus, in the United States, the number of semi-unemployed people was 11 million in February 1932. The chronic underutilization of factories and plants and the extreme impoverishment of the masses make it difficult to get out of the crisis. Chronic underutilization of enterprises limits the scope of renewal and expansion of fixed capital and hinders the transition from depression to revival and recovery. chronic mass unemployment and a policy of high monopoly prices, which limit the expansion of the sale of consumer goods, operate in the same direction. In this regard, the phase of the crisis is lengthening. Whereas earlier crises were overcome in 1 or 2 years, the crisis of 1929 to 1933 lasted more than 4 years. The revival and upswing that followed the crisis of 19,201,921 were very uneven, and were more than once interrupted by partial crises. In the United States there were partial crises of overproduction in 1924 and 1927, and in England and Germany there was a considerable fall in production in 1926. After a depression of a special kind, there was a certain revival, which, however, did not lead to a flowering on a new and higher basis. By the middle of 1929 world capitalist industry had risen to only 1933 to 1937% of the 95 level, after which a new economic crisis began, which arose in the United States and then spread to Britain, France and a number of other countries. The volume of industrial output in 1938, compared with the level of 1929, decreased in the United States to 72%, in France, to 70%. The total volume of industrial production in the capitalist world in 1938 was 10.3% lower than in 1937. The crisis of 1937-1938 differed from the crisis of 19,291,933 primarily in that it did not arise after a phase of industrial prosperity, as was the case in 1929, but after a depression of a special kind and a certain recovery. Further, this crisis began in the period when Japan unleashed the war in China, and Germany and Italy transferred their economies to the rails of a war economy, when all the other capitalist countries began to reconstruct themselves on a war footing. This meant that capitalism had far fewer resources for a normal way out of this crisis than it had during the crisis of 1929 to 1933. Under the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, agrarian crises are becoming more frequent and deepening. Following the agrarian crisis of the first half of the 20s, a new deep agrarian crisis began in 1928, which lasted until World War II. The relative overproduction of agricultural products caused a sharp fall in prices, which worsened the situation of the peasantry. In the United States, in 1921, the price index received by farmers fell to 58.5% of the level of 1920, and in 1932 to 43.6% of the level of 1928. In this regard, the level of agricultural production has sharply decreased and the incomes of farmers have fallen. Field production in the United States declined in 1934 to 67.9% of the 1928 level and to 70.6% of the 1920 level. The ruin and pauperization of the main mass of the peasantry are causing the growth of revolutionary sentiments among them and are pushing the peasantry to the path of struggle against capitalism under the leadership of the working class. The course of capitalist reproduction and the capitalist cycle under the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism are greatly influenced by the arms race and world wars, which are used by the monopolies to ensure maximum profits. At first, military inflationary factors may lead to a temporary revival of the situation. Preparations for war can slow down the entry of a capitalist country into an economic crisis. But wars and the militarization of the economy cannot save the capitalist economy from crises. Moreover, they are the most important factor that deepens and exacerbates economic crises. World wars lead to a huge destruction of productive forces and social wealth, factories and plants, stocks of material values, human lives. Wars, by intensifying the impoverishment of the working people and the unevenness and disproportionality of the development of the capitalist economy, prepare the conditions for new, deeper crises of overproduction. In the same way, the arms race and the preparations for war, by temporarily postponing the onset of the crisis, create the conditions for the onset of the crisis in an even more acute form. The militarization of the economy means the expansion of the production of weapons and equipment for the army at the expense of the narrowing of the production of means of production and consumer goods, an exorbitant increase in taxes and an increase in the cost of living, which inevitably leads to a sharp reduction in the consumption of the population and prepares the onset of a new economic crisis. The intensification of decay in the period of the general crisis of capitalism is reflected in the general decline in the rate of production. The average annual growth rate of industrial production in the capitalist world was 1890.1913% for the period from 3 to 7, 1913.1929% for the period from 2 to 4, and for the period from 1929 to 1938 production did not grow, but decreased. In the period of the general crisis of capitalism, the monopoly bourgeoisie, in an effort to delay the collapse of the capitalist system and to preserve its rule, is waging a frenzied attack on the standard of living of the working people and is imposing police methods of management. In all the principal capitalist countries, the development of state monopoly capitalism is intensifying. No longer able to rule by the old methods of parliamentarism and bourgeois democracy, the bourgeoisie established fascist regimes in a number of countries, Italy, Germany, Japan and some others. Fascism is the open terrorist dictatorship of the most reactionary and aggressive groups of finance capital. Fascism aims at smashing the organizations of the working class at home and suppressing all progressive forces, and externally at preparing and waging a war of conquest for world domination. Fascism achieves these goals by means of terror and social demagogy. Thus, the world economic crisis of 1929 to 1933 and the crisis of 1937-1938 led to a particularly sharp sharpening of the contradictions both within the capitalist countries and between them. The imperialist states sought a way out of these contradictions by preparing for a war for a new division of the world. Brief conclusions. 1. The general crisis of capitalism is an all-round crisis of the world capitalist system as a whole. It encompasses both economics and politics. It is based on the ever-increasing disintegration of the world economic system of capitalism, on the one hand, and the growing economic power of the countries that have fallen away from capitalism, on the other hand. 2. The general crisis of capitalism embraces an entire historical period, the content of which is the collapse of capitalism and the victory of socialism on a world scale. The general crisis of capitalism began during the First World War and especially as a result of the Soviet Union's secession from the capitalist system. 3. The Great October Socialist Revolution marked a radical turn in the world history of mankind from the old, capitalist world to the new, socialist world. The splitting of the world into two systems, the system of capitalism and the system of socialism, and the struggle between them is the main sign of the general crisis of capitalism. With the division of the world into two systems, two lines of economic development have been determined. While the capitalist system is becoming more and more entangled and the socialist system is developing steadily along an ascending line, without crises or catastrophes. 4. An integral part of the general crisis of capitalism is the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. This crisis consists in the development of the national liberation struggle, which is shaking the foundations of imperialism in the colonies. At the head of the national liberation struggle of the oppressed peoples stands the working class. The Great October Socialist Revolution unleashed the revolutionary activity of the oppressed peoples and ushered in the era of colonial revolutions led by the proletariat. 5. Under the conditions of the general crisis of capitalism, as a result of the falling away from the imperialist system of individual countries, the intensification of the impoverishment of the working people, and also as a result of the development of capitalism in the colonies, the problem of the market is becoming more acute. A characteristic feature of the general crisis of capitalism is the chronic underutilization of enterprises and chronic mass unemployment. Under the influence of the aggravation of the market problem, chronic underutilization of enterprises, and chronic mass unemployment, economic crises deepened and significant changes in the capitalist cycle took place. Chapter 21. The deepening of the general crisis of capitalism after the Second World War. The Second World War and the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism. Lenin scientifically foresaw that the First World War would be followed by other wars caused by imperialist contradictions. Everyone sees, he said after the end of the war of 1914 to 1918, that a new war of the same kind is inevitable if the imperialists and the bourgeoisie remain in power. 86. The distribution of spheres of influence among the imperialist countries as a result of the First World War proved to be even more precarious than it had been before the war. The role of Britain and France in world industrial production has been considerably reduced, and their positions on the world capitalist market have deteriorated. The American monopolies, which had become very rich during the war, expanded their productive capacities and came out on top in the capitalist world in terms of the export of capital. Germany, which had been defeated in the First World War, quickly rebuilt its heavy industry with the help of American as well as British loans and began to demand a redistribution of spheres of influence. Japan has embarked on a path of aggression against China. Italy laid claim to a number of foreign colonial possessions. 86 volts. I. Lenin, speech at the solemn meeting of the Moscow Soviet. Dedicated to the anniversary of the Third International, Works, Volume 30, p. 398. Thus, the operation of the law of uneven development of the capitalist countries in the period after the First World War led to a new sharp violation of the equilibrium within the world capitalist system. Once again, the capitalist world split into two hostile camps, leading to World War II. The Second World War, prepared by the forces of international imperialist reaction, was unleashed by a bloc of fascist states, Germany, Japan and Italy. The ruling circles of the USA, Great Britain and France, seeking to direct the aggression of German fascism and Japanese imperialism against the Soviet Union, connived at the aggressors in every possible way and encouraged them in every possible way to unleash war. This war was a war of conquest and plundering on the part of Germany and her allies in brigandage. It was a just, liberating war on the part of the Soviet Union and other peoples who were victims of the fascist attack. In terms of the scope of military operations, the number of armed forces and the use of military equipment, the number of human casualties and the scale of destruction of material values, the Second World War far surpassed the First. Many countries in Europe and Asia have suffered huge human losses and unprecedented material damage. The direct military expenditures of the states that participated in the war reached approximately $1,000 billion, and this does not include damage from the destruction caused by military actions. The economy and culture of many peoples of Europe and Asia were greatly damaged by the predatory management of the German fascist and Japanese invaders. The war led to the further development of state monopoly capitalism. The measures taken by the bourgeois states, which were completely subordinated to monopolies, were aimed at ensuring monopolistically high, maximum profits for the magnates of finance capital. This goal was served by such measures as providing the largest monopolies with billions of military orders on extremely favorable terms, transferring state-owned enterprises to monopolies for a song, distributing scarce raw materials and labor to the interests of leading companies, forcibly closing hundreds or thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises or subordinating them to a few military-industrial firms. The military expenditures of the belligerent capitalist powers were covered by taxes, loans, and the issue of paper money. In 1943 and 1944, in the major capitalist countries, the USA, Great Britain, and Germany, taxes absorbed about 35% of the national income. Inflation has caused a huge rise in prices. The lengthening of the working day, the militarization of labor, the increase in the tax burden and the high cost of living, and the sharp fall in the level of consumption. All this meant an even greater intensification of the exploitation of the working class and the main masses of the peasantry. The monopolies made fabulous profits during the war. Even according to the understated official figures, the profits of the American monopolies rose from $3.3 billion in 1938 to $17.2 billion in 1941, $21.1 billion in 1942, $25.1 billion in 1943, and $24.3 billion in 1944. During the war and in the post-war period, the economic and political omnipotence of the monopolies and their oppression in the capitalist countries increased still further. The scope of operations of American monopolies, such as the Steel Trust, the DuPont Chemical Concern, the automobile companies General Motors and Chrysler, the electrical monopoly General Electric, and others, has especially expanded. General Motors, for example, currently has 102 plants in the United States and 33 plants in 20 other countries. These enterprises employ about 500,000 workers. World War II ended with the complete defeat of the fascist states by the armed forces of the countries of the anti-Hitler coalition. The decisive role in this defeat was played by the Soviet Union, which saved civilization, freedom, independence and the very existence of the peoples of Europe from the fascist enslavers. The Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union showed the strength and power of the world's first socialist power and the enormous advantages of the socialist social and state system. The war led to a further weakening of the world capitalist system. Each of the two capitalist coalitions that clashed with each other during the war hoped to defeat the other and achieve world domination. In this, they were looking for a way out of the general crisis. Both capitalist groups counted on the destruction or significant weakening of the Soviet Union in the course of the war, on the strangulation of the workers' movement in the metropolises and the national liberation movement in the colonies. The United States sought to disable its most dangerous competitors, Germany and Japan, to seize world markets and sources of raw materials, and to conquer world domination. Thanks to the heroic struggle of the Soviet people, the economic and military might of the USSR, and the rise of the anti-imperialist national liberation movement in Europe and Asia, the imperialist calculations failed. Instead of destroying or weakening the Soviet Union, the war led to its strengthening and growth of its international prestige. Instead of weakening and defeating the revolutionary movement, the war led to the falling away of new countries from the capitalist system. The defeat of the fascist aggressors unleashed the forces of the People's Liberation Movement in Europe and Asia. In the new conditions that have been created, especially in view of the decisive role of the Soviet Union in this war, it has become possible for a number of countries to turn from the capitalist path of development to a new path, the path of creating and developing people's democratic states, which took place in the post-war period. This marked the beginning of a new stage in the development of international socialism. 87. The peoples of a number of countries in Central and Southeastern Europe, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria and Albania, threw off the yoke of reactionary regimes, established People's Democratic 87 volts. M. Molotov, speech at the 19th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, Pravda, October 6, 1952. Republics carried out radical socio-economic transformations and embarked on the path of building socialism. The serious defeat of world imperialism and the outstanding success of the camp of peace and democracy was the formation of the German Democratic Republic, which is the bulwark of the democratic forces of the German people in the struggle for the creation of a united, democratic and peace-loving Germany. Instead of further enslavement of the peoples of the colonies and dependent countries, there was a new and powerful upsurge of the national liberation struggle in these countries. The historic victory of the great Chinese people wrested a vast country of 600 million people from imperialism. As a result of the falling away from capitalism of a number of countries in Europe and Asia, more than a third of humanity has now been freed from the capitalist yoke. All this led to a further change in the balance of power between socialism and capitalism, in favor of socialism to the detriment of capitalism. The cause of social progress, peace and democracy is now being defended together with the Soviet Union by the European people's democracies, the People's Republic of China and the German Democratic Republic. In addition, many millions of people are waging an active struggle against imperialism and for social and national liberation in the capitalist countries and in the colonial countries still subject to capital. In the period of the Second World War, especially after the fall away from the capitalist system of the people's democracies in Europe and Asia, the second stage of the general crisis of capitalism unfolded, characterized by a further deepening and intensification of this crisis. The formation of two camps in the international arena and the collapse of the single world market. The countries of Europe and Asia, which fell away from the capitalist system after the Second World War, formed together with the Soviet Union a single and powerful socialist camp opposed to the camp of capitalism. The two camps, the socialist camp led by the USSR and the capitalist camp led by the USA, embody two lines of economic development. One line is the line of the growth of economic power, the continuous upswing of the peaceful economy and the steady improvement of the well-being of the working masses of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies. The other line is the line of the economy of capitalism, the productive forces of which are marking time. It is the line of militarization of the economy, of the lowering of the standard of living of those who are dying in the conditions of the ever-deepening general crisis of the world capitalist system. The two camps, socialist and capitalist, embody two opposing courses of international politics. The ruling circles of the USA and other imperialist states are preparing for a new world war and fascizing the internal life of their countries. The socialist camp is waging a struggle against the threat of new wars and imperialist expansion, for the eradication of fascism, and for the strengthening of peace and democracy. The Second World War and the formation of two camps in the international arena had as their most important economic consequence the disintegration of a single, all-encompassing world market. The economic result of the existence of two opposing camps was that the single all-encompassing world market collapsed, as a result of which we now have two parallel world markets, also opposing each other. 88. This determined the further deepening of the general crisis of capitalism. In the post-war period, the countries of the socialist camp have come together economically and have established close economic cooperation and mutual assistance. Economic cooperation among the countries of the socialist camp is based on a sincere desire to help each other and achieve a common economic upsurge. The main capitalist countries, the United States, Great Britain, and France, tried to impose an economic blockade on the Soviet Union, China, and the European people's democracies in the hope of strangling these countries. But in doing so, they contributed, against their will, to the formation and consolidation of a new, parallel world market. Thanks to the crisis-free development of the economies of the countries of the socialist camp, the new world market knows no difficulties in sales, and its capacity is constantly growing. As a result of the collapse of the single world market, the relative stability of markets that existed at the first stage of the general crisis of capitalism came to an end. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is characterized by a reduction in the capacity of the world capitalist market. This means that the sphere of application of the forces of the principal capitalist countries, the USA, Britain, and France, to world resources is inevitably shrinking, and the conditions of the world market for these countries are deteriorating. In the post-war period, the chronic underutilization of enterprises in the capitalist countries increased. This is especially true of the United States, despite the fact that since the end of World War II, the vast production capacity of various U.S. industries has been partially mothballed and partially destroyed. The narrowing of the sphere of application of the forces of the principal capitalist countries to world resources is causing an intensification of the struggle between the 88 J.V. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, pp. 30-31. Countries of the imperialist camp for markets, for sources of raw materials, for spheres of investment of capital. The imperialists, and above all the American imperialists, are trying to overcome the difficulties that have arisen as a result of the loss of huge markets by intensifying expansion at the expense of their competitors, acts of aggression, the arms race, and the militarization of the economy. But all these measures lead to an even greater deepening of the contradictions of capitalism. The aggravation of the crisis of the colonial system of imperialism. The second stage of the general crisis of capitalism is characterized by a sharp aggravation of the crisis of the colonial system. The imperialist powers seek to shift the burdens caused by the war and its consequences onto the peoples of the dependent countries. The standard of living of the working population of the colonial world is catastrophically declining. All this intensifies the contradictions between the colonies and the metropolises. Under the banner of aid to the underdeveloped countries, the colonies and spheres of influence of the Western European countries are systematically infiltrated and implanted by American monopolies, which leads to the further plundering of the enslaved peoples and to the deepening of the contradictions between the imperialist powers. At the same time, the industrial development caused by the war in a number of colonial and semi-colonial countries contributed to the growth of the proletariat, which is increasingly opposed to imperialism. Under the influence of these conditions, the national liberation struggle of the peoples of the colonial world intensified. The defeat of the armed forces of German and Japanese imperialism has created a new and favorable situation for the success of this struggle. As a result of the Second World War and the new upsurge of the national liberation struggle in the colonial and dependent countries, the colonial system of imperialism is actually disintegrating. This disintegration is characterized, first of all, by the breakthrough of the imperialist front in a number of colonial countries and by the falling away of these countries from the world system of imperialism. The sphere of colonial exploitation is shrinking more and more. Major historical changes have occurred in Asia and the Pacific Ocean, an area of the globe where more than 1 billion people live. Foremost among these changes is the victory of the Great Chinese people, led by the Chinese Communist Party, over the combined forces of American and Japanese imperialism and internal feudal reaction. The victory of the People's Revolution in China abolished the rule of feudal exploiters and foreign imperialists in the world's largest semi-colonial country. The establishment of the People's Republic of China was a severe blow to the entire system of imperialism after the Great October Socialist Revolution in Russia and the victory of the Soviet Union in World War II. People's republics arose in Korea and Indochina. The struggle of the imperialist powers for supremacy in China created a special tension in international relations in Asia and the Pacific. Today, China has become an independent great power with full national sovereignty and an independent policy in the international arena. The People's Republic of China, which is bound by close ties of friendship and cooperation with the Soviet Union and all the other countries of the socialist camp, is a powerful factor in peace and democracy in the Far East and throughout the world. Significant changes have also taken place in other countries in Asia and the Pacific. Under the pressure of the national liberation movement in India, which has a population of more than 440 million, British imperialism was forced to remove its colonial administration from that country. India was divided into two dominions, India and Pakistan, with power passing into the hands of the local ruling classes. The British colony of Ceylon was also transferred to the status of a dominion. Under similar conditions, Holland had to recognize the independence of its former colony of Indonesia, and England had to recognize the independence of Burma. British imperialism strives to maintain its complete economic domination over India, Pakistan, Ceylon and Burma, and to keep these countries in the position of its semi-colonies. At the same time, American monopolies are trying to infiltrate these countries. However, the policy of the imperialist powers is meeting with growing resistance on the part of the peoples of these countries, who are waging a struggle for national freedom and independence and for the elimination of the economic and political fetters of imperialism. In a number of enslaved countries, the development of the People's Liberation Movement led to a protracted armed struggle of the popular masses against the colonialists, Malaya and the Philippines. The peoples of Africa, Madagascar, the Gold Coast, Kenya, and the Union of South Africa, which were the most oppressed by imperialist oppression, joined the national liberation struggle. Resistance to the imperialists is growing in the countries of the Near and Middle East, Iran, Egypt, and North Africa, Tunisia, Morocco. In the countries of Latin America, resistance to the economic management and political oppression of the financial oligarchy of the United States is steadily growing. In their desire to retard the growth of the national liberation movement, the imperialist powers supplement the methods of violence with methods of deception, declaring the fictitious independence of certain colonies, while maintaining their complete de facto domination of these countries. The imperialists are supported in carrying out these maneuvers by the forces of feudal reaction, the big landlords and other feudal lords, and by the anti-national strata of the big bourgeoisie of the colonial countries, which have grown together with foreign capital. As a bulwark of reaction and aggression throughout the world, U.S. imperialism is leading the imperialist powers in their attempts to crush the national liberation movements of the oppressed peoples by both deception and force of arms. The reactionary attempts of the imperialists to thwart the great process of the national and social revival of the peoples of Asia on anti-imperialist and anti-feudal principles invariably fail. The failure of the U.S. armed intervention in Korea and the collapse of the designs of French and U.S. imperialism in Indochina have clearly shown that the days when the imperialists could impose their will on the peoples of Asia by force of arms and suppress their every desire for freedom and independence are irrevocably over. The national liberation movement of the oppressed peoples acquired a number of new distinctive features. In most of the colonial countries, the leading role of the proletariat and the communist parties grew and strengthened. This is a decisive condition for the success of the struggle of the enslaved peoples to expel the imperialists and to bring about democratic reforms. Under the leadership of the working class, a united national democratic front is being formed, and the alliance between the working class and the peasantry in the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal struggle is strengthening. The incipient disintegration of the colonial system of imperialism further intensifies the economic and political difficulties of the capitalist countries and shakes the foundations of capitalism as a whole. Intensification of the unevenness of the development of capitalism. The expansion of U.S. imperialism. As a result of the uneven development of the capitalist countries, the Second World War led to a further aggravation of this unevenness. The three imperialist powers, Germany, Japan and Italy, were militarily defeated. France suffered great damage, and England was seriously weakened. At the same time, the U.S. monopolies, having profited from the war, strengthened their position in the capitalist world. After the defeat of the fascist aggressors in World War II, the center of world reaction and aggression shifted to the United States of America. Taking advantage of the weakening of their competitors, the American monopolies, in pursuit of maximum profits in the post-war period, seized a significant share of the world capitalist market. By the end of 1949, U.S. investment abroad exceeded the sum of foreign investment by all the other capitalist countries combined. The total amount of American capital invested abroad increased from $11.4 billion at the end of 1939 to $39.5 billion at the end of 1953. The total amount of British capital invested abroad decreased from £3.5 billion in 1938 to £2 billion in 1951. At first, American expansion was under the banner of helping the post-war reconstruction of Europe. The Marshall Plan, which was in effect from 1948 to 1952, was aimed at enslaving the Western European countries and strangling their industry, turning these countries into markets for stale American goods, eliminating the national sovereignty of these countries, drawing them into the orbit of aggressive American policy, and accelerating the militarization of their economies. The Marshall Plan served as the basis for the North Atlantic Pact, an aggressive alliance created in 1949 by U.S. imperialism with the active support of the British ruling circles in order to establish its world domination. After the expiration of the Marshall Plan, it was replaced by the Mutual Security Program, according to which American assistance is given only for the arms race, for the preparation of a new war. In so doing, U.S. imperialism has finally thrown off the mask of the restorer of the economies of the capitalist countries. The calculations of the American financial oligarchy to establish its domination of the world capitalist market have failed. In the shrinking world capitalist market, the United States had to face increased competition from Western European countries, primarily England. The struggle for markets was further intensified by the fact that 5 or 6 years after the end of the war, the monopolies of West Germany and Japan rejoined the struggle. The U.S. imperialists are trying to compensate for their losses from the contraction of the world capitalist market by unrestrained economic and political expansion, by the complete or partial subjugation of other capitalist countries, and by the actual destruction of their national independence. During the war, American exports grew strongly at the expense of a sharp drop in the exports of European countries, especially England. In 1945, the share of U.S. exports in the total exports of the capitalist countries was 40.1%, as against 12.6% in 1937, while the share of Britain fell from 9.9% in 1937 to 7.4% in 1945. And England's share was 1953.21% in the same year. The American monopolies are striving to increase the export of commodities to other countries of the capitalist camp in every possible way, using for this purpose both the onerous terms of loans granted to these countries and outright dumping. At the same time, the U.S. protects its domestic market from the import of foreign goods by imposing extremely high customs duties on these goods. This one-sided nature of American foreign trade gives rise to chronic dollar deficits in other capitalist countries, i.e., a shortage of dollars to pay for goods imported from the United States. The economic expansion of the United States is leading to the rupture of historically established multilateral economic ties between countries. U.S. imperialism deprives Western Europe of the opportunity to receive food and raw materials from the countries of Eastern Europe, which supplied these goods in exchange for Western European industrial products. One of the factors aggravating the post-war difficulties of the capitalist economy is the fact that the imperialists themselves have closed their access to the world market of the democratic camp, reducing trade with the Soviet Union, the People's Republic of China, and the European countries of People's Democracy to almost nothing. In the years after World War II, 1946 to 1953, U.S. exports averaged $13.3 billion a year, while imports averaged $8.2 billion. The U.S. imported an average of $1.3 billion worth of goods a year from Western Europe, and exported about $4 billion worth of goods to these countries. Over the past 8 years, the gap between U.S. exports to Western Europe and imports from those countries to the U.S. has amounted to $21.6 billion. In 1951, The trade turnover of the United States with the countries that are now members of the Democratic camp decreased by a factor of 1937 compared with 10, the trade turnover of Great Britain with these countries by a factor of 6, and that of France by a factor of more than 4. U.S. imperialism appears as an international exploiter and enslaver of the peoples, as a force that disorganizes the economies of the other capitalist countries. The expansion of the American monopolies is dealing a serious blow to the interests of the British and French monopolies. American monopolies, under the guise of aid and by granting credits, are infiltrating the economies of these countries, trying to turn it into an appendage of the U.S. economy and seizing important positions in the British and French colonies. Britain and France, which are imperialist countries for whom cheap raw materials and secure markets are of paramount importance, cannot endure this situation indefinitely. The vanquished countries, West Germany, Japan, Italy, which have found themselves under the American yoke cannot reconcile themselves to the miserable fate to which they have been condemned by the American pretenders to world domination. As early as 1920, Lenin, exposing the foundations of the contradictions between the United States and the other capitalist powers, said, "America is strong, everyone knows it now, everything depends on it, it is more and more hated, it robs everyone. America cannot reconcile with other countries because there is the deepest economic discord between them, because America is richer than others." After the Second World War, the unevenness of development within the narrowed camp of imperialism grew even more, which inevitably leads to a further increase in contradictions between the capitalist countries. Chief among them are the contradictions between the United States and England. These contradictions are manifested in the open struggle between the American and British monopolies for markets for goods, especially in the countries of the British Empire, Australia, Canada, India, and others, for sources of raw materials, primarily oil, rubber, non-ferrous and rare metals, and for spheres of influence in general, in Western Europe, the Near East, and the Far East, in Latin America. The aggressive blocs of imperialist states formed by the United States, directed against the countries of the socialist camp, cannot eliminate the antagonisms and conflicts between the members of these blocs on the basis of the struggle for monopolistically high profits with a reduced amount of territory subject to capital. From this it follows that in the present period Lenin's thesis on the inevitability of wars between capitalist countries, which is conditioned by the law of uneven development of the capitalist countries in the epoch of imperialism, remains in force. Immediately after the end of World War II, the aggressive ruling circles of the imperialist powers, primarily the United States, began to pursue a policy of preparing for a Third World War. The servants of the monopolies seek to deceive the peoples by asserting that the inevitability of war is due to the existence in the modern world of two opposite systems, capitalism and socialism. The facts of history refute this fabrication. The First World War was caused by the sharpening of imperialist contradictions in a world in which the capitalist system still reigned supreme. The Second World War began with a war between two coalitions of capitalist countries. In the period since the Second World War, the countries of the socialist camp, led by the Soviet Union, have firmly and consistently defended the cause of preserving and strengthening peace among peoples, proceeding from the position that the capitalist and socialist systems can coexist peacefully, competing economically with each other. The policy of the Soviet Union and the people's democracies aimed at the development of peaceful cooperation between states, regardless of their social structure, enjoys the support of the working masses and all the champions of peace throughout the globe. The peace movement unites hundreds of millions of people in all countries, including many millions of people in the capital countries. Representatives of different social groups, different political and religious views unite on the basis of protecting the peace and security of peoples. The new world war now being prepared by the imperialists can be averted if the peoples take the cause of preserving peace into their own hands and defend it to the end. The democratic forces of the world are powerful enough to prevent war, if only they act in concert and are able to tie the hands of the seekers of military gain and pretenders to world domination. 90. Militarization of the economies of capitalist countries. The deepening of the general crisis of the world capitalist system after the Second World War finds its expression in the further change of the capitalist cycle resulting from the disintegration of the world market. Under the conditions of the disintegration of the world market and the narrowing of the sphere of application of the forces of the main capitalist countries to world resources, the dominant monopolies are increasingly resorting to the militarization of the economy as a means of achieving a certain increase in production and ensuring the highest profits. However, the militarization of the economy inevitably leads to an even greater aggravation of the insoluble contradictions of the capitalist economy. The economic essence of the militarization of the economy lies in the fact that, first, an increasing part of the finished products and raw materials is absorbed by unproductive military consumption or is deadened in the form of huge strategic reserves. Secondly, the expansion of war production is accomplished at the expense of a further reduction in the wages of the workers, the ruin of the peasantry, an increase in the tax burden, and the plundering of the peoples of the colonial and dependent countries. All this significantly reduces the purchasing power of the population, reduces the demand for industrial and 90. agricultural products, and leads to a sharp reduction in civilian production. Thus, the militarization of the economies of the capitalist countries, deepening the disproportion between the productive capabilities and the declining effective demand of the population, inevitably leads to a new economic crisis. After the end of the Second World War, the industry of the United States, without passing through the phase of general growth, after a brief and weak recovery, was already hit by the economic crisis at the end of 1948, which deepened throughout 1949. The expansion of military production in the USA and other countries of the Atlantic Bloc, which intensified especially since the middle of 1950, after the beginning of the war of aggression of U.S. imperialism against the Korean people, made it possible for the capitalist countries to raise the level of industrial production for a while. But this was achieved at the cost of the one-sided development of the national economy of the capitalist countries as a result of its militarization. In the second half of 1953, a new economic crisis began to grow in the United States, which led to a reduction in the volume of industrial production, a significant increase in stocks in warehouses, a reduction in orders, and an increase in the number of fully and partially unemployed. The militarization of the economies of the capitalist countries, the unrestrained arms race in the post-World War II period, is one of the most striking manifestations of the intensification of parasitism and the decay of capitalism. It leads to an enormous increase in the profits of the monopolies. The share of direct and indirect expenditures on the arms race in state budgets is constantly increasing. The growth of state budgets, which cover an ever larger share of the national income, is accompanied by an increase in their deficit, an increase in the state debt, a breakdown in the entire fiscal, financial and monetary system of the capitalist countries, and an overflow of the channels of money. Circulation with paper money, the purchasing power of which is systematically declining. According to official, clearly understated data, the profits of American monopolies increased from $3.3 billion in 1938 to $41.9 billion in 1953, that is, 13 times. In the 8 years after the war, the profits of American monopolies totaled more than $280 billion. In England, the profits of joint stock companies in 1951 amounted to £2,953 million, compared with $828 million in 1938. During the post-war years, 1946 to 1953, the total amount of U.S. military spending, including spending on arming the countries participating in the North Atlantic Alliance, and on the production of atomic bombs, amounted to almost $250 billion. Direct military spending in the United States has averaged more than $50 billion a year over the last 3 years, 1952 to 1954, or 72% of the total budget, compared to $953 million, or 12% of the total budget in the 3 years before World War II. In England, military spending increased from £173 million to £1,503 million, respectively, accounting for 36% of the total budget, compared to 18% in the pre-war period. In France, military spending on average over the past 5 years has exceeded 1/3 of the total budget. The purchasing power of the US dollar in 1953 was only 34.7% compared to 1939, the purchasing power of the British pound sterling 31.3%, the French franc 2.8%, and the Italian lira 1.8%. Even during the First World War, Lenin, noting the rapid economic development of the United States, emphasized that precisely because of this, the parasitic features of modern American capitalism were particularly pronounced. 91 In the post-World War II period, this parasitic character of American capitalism is inextricably linked to the fact that the tendencies of the usurer state are becoming more and more pronounced in the U.S. economy. The intensification of 91 volts. Lenin, Imperialism as the Highest Stage of Capitalism, Works, Volume 22, page 287. Parasitism is clearly manifested in the growth of unproductive expenditures of the state caused by the arms race and the all-round militarization of the national economy. The intensification of parasitism finds its expression in the increasing lag of agriculture behind industry, in the gigantic growth of unearned incomes and the extravagance of the bourgeoisie, unprecedented even for American proportions, in the bribery by the bourgeoisie of the decayed trade union bureaucracy, which is the faithful pillar of the American monopolies in the field of domestic and foreign policy. The intensification of the impoverishment of the working class in the capitalist countries. The deepening of the general crisis of capitalism after the Second World War led to the further impoverishment of the proletariat. By maximizing profits in the face of the shrinking world capitalist market, the monopolies enormously increase the exploitation of the working people. Monopoly capital shifts onto the shoulders of the working people all the destructive consequences of the war and the militarization of the economy. The post-World War II period is characterized by an even greater widening of the chasm between the social poles of capitalist society. The intensification of the exploitation of the proletariat is expressed primarily in the fall in the real wages of the workers. The biggest factor in the decline in the real wages of the working class is the persistence of mass unemployment. At the same time, the working conditions of employed workers are systematically deteriorating as a result of the widespread use of various sweatshop wage systems, which ensure an unrestrained increase in the intensity of work. The monopolies, with the support of right-wing socialists and reactionary trade union officials, seek to reduce the real wages of workers by freezing nominal wages, that is, by prohibiting their increase, in conditions of inflation and an increase in the tax burden. Inflation causes an increase in the cost of living and a rapid increase in the prices of consumer goods, widening the gap between nominal and real wages. The external expansion and militarization of the economies of the capitalist countries are being carried out at the expense of an enormous increase in the tax burden imposed on the working people. One of the factors contributing to the decline in the standard of living of the working class is the rapid rise in rents and the deterioration of housing conditions. The fall in real wages leads to a systematic deterioration in the nutrition of the working population. The position of the working intelligentsia in the capitalist countries is deteriorating sharply. Mass chronic unemployment in its ranks is growing, and its incomes are falling as a result of rising subsistence prices, taxes, and inflation. In France and Italy, workers' real wages in 1952 were less than half of pre-war wages. In England, they were 20% lower than pre-war wages. The total number of fully and partially unemployed people in capitalist countries reached 45 million in 1950, which together with their families amounted to more than 150 million people. In 1952, despite the growth of war production, there were at least 3 million fully unemployed and 10 million partially unemployed in the United States, over 500,000 fully unemployed in England, and almost 3 million fully and partially unemployed in West Germany. In Italy, there were over 2 million fully unemployed and even more partially unemployed. There were about 10 million fully and partially unemployed people in Japan. Since then, unemployment in the capitalist countries has increased even more. In the United States, at the beginning of 1954, the number of fully unemployed reached 3.7 million, and partially unemployed 13.4 million people. In the United States, direct personal taxes increased more than 12-fold in fiscal year 1952-53 compared to fiscal year 1937-38, even when currency depreciation was taken into account. In Western European countries, where the tax burden was very heavy even before the Second World War, taxes increased over the same period, in England, by 2 times, in France by 2.6 times, in Italy, by 1.5 times. In all countries of the capitalist camp, the consumption of food products by the majority of the population has sharply decreased. The level of national consumption has fallen even more in colonial and dependent countries, where systematic malnutrition and hunger are the lot of tens and hundreds of millions of people. The size of the working family's rent in the United States in 1952 was more than 190% compared to the level of 1939. The Census Bureau estimates that in 1949, 72.2% of all American households in the United States had incomes below the extremely meager official minimum subsistence level, while 34.3% of all households had incomes below half that minimum, 18.5% less than a quarter, and 9.4% less than an eighth of that minimum. More than 5.5 million Americans survive on odd jobs. The deterioration of the material conditions of broad strata of the population of the capitalist countries leads to an increase in indignation among the masses of the people and to an intensification of the struggle against monopoly capital. This finds expression in the upsurge of the strike movement in the capitalist countries, in the strengthening of the progressive trade unions united by the World Federation of Trade Unions, which was established in 1945, in the growth of the communist parties and the expansion of their influence on the masses, and in the development of the political struggle of the working class. The communist parties and the progressive trade unions, while resolutely fighting the right-wing socialists and reactionary trade union leaders, are educating the working class in the spirit of proletarian solidarity, in the spirit of the struggle for liberation from imperialist oppression.